beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Pekoe and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother, doctor,
and you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
No bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Pekoe and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother, doctor,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
No bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Pekoe and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother, doctor,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
no bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Pekoe and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother, doctor,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
No bloodshed for today. No bloodshed, this I pray. No bloodshed for today. Just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother died our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend. Grandmother died.
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
No bloodshed for today. No bloodshed, this I pray. No bloodshed for today. Just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother died our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend. Grandmother died.
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
No bloodshed for today. No bloodshed, this I pray. No bloodshed for today. Just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother died our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend. Grandmother died.
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
No bloodshed for today. No bloodshed, this I pray. No bloodshed for today. Just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother died our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
No bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, die our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
no bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, die our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend, grandmother,
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer, Goddess.
no bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, die our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist. miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
No bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, die our revolutionary till the end. Mother, sister.
The All-African Women's Revolutionary Union invites you to join us for Pan-African Women's Day on Friday, August 30th at Chicago State University. We highlight and celebrate the contributions, value, and beauty of the African woman and her role in the African Revolution. This year, we'll honor sisters who serve the people with science, with a special message from Ambassador Mohau Peko and a tribute to Dr. Jifunza Wright, physician, educator, and sustainability activist.
Mother, sister, daughter, teacher, friend. Grandmother, die
And you don't want to miss the powerful voice of singer Goddess.
no bloodshed for today, no bloodshed this I pray, no bloodshed for today, just one day.
Admission is free and everyone is welcome to attend.
Grandmother, die our revolutionary till the end.
Very, very much, sister. Allow me to greet all the sisters and to say how happy I am to see the revolutionary spirit really going strong. I know that we've all gone through tough times in our revolutions all over the African continent, all over the African world, wherever Africans are. But I think that the spirit of ensuring that we keep struggling, but I think now struggle more strategically and really begin to locate our struggles in many spaces that we have not always been willing to confront. And I think that we need new tools, we need new words, we need new and stronger language for the struggles of African people all over the world now, especially for African women. I think that more than ever, because in a sense it is our time and it is our century, that the backlash is much harder than it has been, in my view, for the past few decades. And I think they're much harder now than they were even 20, 30, even 40 years ago, because we're so close and because so many women are beginning to find and take up space in so many different areas of our economy, so many different areas of leadership, and more young women need to be encouraged to enter this terrain. So it's a great privilege for me to come and just have a quick chat about some of the things that I would have wanted to share in August. It's September, but that's okay. I think that we will certainly still be able to, I think, locate a few discussions within the space that we need to encourage one another. I want to talk a little bit today about the role that science and technology plays on the African continent, particularly focusing on the importance that it plays for African women. We are the richest continent in the world. And already, if one looks at how the media has been reporting Africa, many will remember that in the 70s, we were the lost continent. We were a dead continent, the dark continent. And then just in the middle of the 90s, the story started to change slightly. That suddenly we were, yes, conflict ridden and we were corrupt as a continent. But now there was a spark of hope. And as we go into the 21st century, Time magazine, The Economist magazine, all of a sudden we're the rising continent. And we are the continent of hope. We are the next frontier to save the global economy. So it's very strange because for those of us who have been in struggle, Africa has always been the rising continent. It's always been a continent of hope. African people all over the world have always had hope in themselves. So we're happy that those who are coming into the fold now are finally discovering what we've known all along in the first place. I also think it's that we're at a very treacherous time in the African continent because there is this new realization that people now have an awareness that there is so much wealth. They've always known, but of course, their own propaganda has limited them entering. We're at a treacherous time because so much of our resources, our natural resources, our human resources, really under serious attack as an African continent. They took so many of our people away during the slave trade, so many, millions, the worst genocide in the world. And yet, nobody talks about the impact that this had on our human resources. And in the same way today, we continue to have the same raping of our human resources from the African continent. And now they call it brain drain. But it's quite severe. It's more than just a brain drain. It is a deeper level of underdevelopment for the African continent by taking away the people who can actually innovate, who can come up with new products, who can really turn our continent into one of the best continents in the entire world. And so science and technology plays such a critical point for where we are today. If one looks at natural resources, for example, where Africa is extremely rich, if you look at our need for energy, if we are able to harness many of our own natural resources to create renewable energies, now I'm not talking about mineral resources, I'm just talking about the nanotechnologies that we can find around our seas that can actually create natural, clean energy for our countries. And as women, we need to study what is happening in the sea. The blue economy, as they call it now, is such a fundamental part of the future of our children. And so not only does it harness the potential for energy, the fabrics that we all wear, textiles, what is in the sea today, we can create new fibers, stronger fibers, not only for clothing, but for protective clothing, for insulation, for all sorts of things, for carpeting, all made from natural resources. So we have to begin to broaden even the way we look at the sea as such an important resource for ourselves. I am privileged to serve here in Japan. These people are innovators. What they are doing with their ocean, because they are surrounded by water. This is an island, a small island country. But they are experimenting with using the waves of the ocean to generate energy into their electric grid. And when you look at the African continent, it's surrounded by water all around it. And so if we were able to harness that kind of resource, imagine the kind of natural energy we would be able to bring to so many communities across the African continent. So it is really beginning to think through these things very, very carefully, very, very strategically, and encouraging many young women to enter these new fields of marine sciences. Very, very important. We are the custodians of fishing as women on the African continent. If you go up West Africa, we are the ones who sell that fish. We cook that fish. We grill that fish. We do all sorts of things with it. But we need to now think of how do we process this fish so that we can preserve it? How do we bring back a lot of the ways that we preserved food long ago and bring those methodologies back? So, particularly in light of the fact that food security is such a challenge for us now on the African continent when it does not need to be. So these are the things that we really, really need to think about when we look at the blue economy in particular, and looking at blue science, very fundamental for our future. The other area that I want to really talk about is the area of climate change, and how climate change is fundamentally destroying livelihoods and the way that we have lived, I think, on the African continent. As temperatures rise, we are seeing mosquitoes, we are seeing cholera, we are seeing diseases that had literally been removed from certain areas and certain countries and certain spatial areas. And these are coming back now as with global warming and with changes in climate. You're seeing mosquitoes that would never have been at very high levels of altitude, but they are beginning to reach there because it's getting warmer and warmer. But I think what is even more fundamental is the manner in which global warming and climate change are changing the whole area of food security. If it is not too much rain, it is too much sun. The seasons are all over the place. It's not so much that you can no longer plant, but it's just that you no longer know what season even to plant in. And this has had such a huge impact on smallholder farmers or smallholder family farmers that feed themselves as well as sell to communities near them. It has completely killed the agricultural sector in many African countries. If you look at the backbone of many of our countries, women hold up the agricultural sector. They not only work the field, they not only breed the seeds, they not only create all the new varieties. We've always been scientifically knowledgeable. We've always had our indigenous technologies as women. But there are many key issues that are confronting us now. You have Monsanto, which along with 3 other grain companies based in the US, literally control 95% of agriculture in the world today. And I'm not just talking about selling seeds only, but what they're doing is they're buying up tracts and tracts of land throughout the African continent, planting these GMO seeds in various countries. And many of their seeds now are seeds that you cannot cultivate for the next season. This is a capitalist system that makes sure that you're always beholden to them to buy seeds. Now, for generations, we have saved seeds, we have passed on seeds, we have made sure that we chose the best varieties. But now you have these huge companies that are coming in. South Africa has done this as well. We have a huge GMO maize that is coming into the market, GMO cotton that is also making its way through many African countries. And so when we think of science and technology, we don't often think that the woman who may not have a lot of education, who has had this technology passed on to her for generations, is knowledgeable, is an intellectual. We don't regard this as knowledge. And part of the fight for us as women is to fight to restore that indigenous knowledge and make indigenous knowledge part, in fact, I would even say, quite separate from what is considered intellectual knowledge today, because much of what is considered intellectual knowledge and patented is actually pirated knowledge. It's stolen knowledge, and it is knowledge that has not been created. And so people are patenting things that are already existing in society, and use and through the capitalist system, this is now utilized as their knowledge to service their economy while denying millions of people the same privilege, because we are unable to write down the characteristics that go into many of the creations that have been made for generations in the area of science and technology by women in the agricultural sector. So the threat of the big grain companies not only controlling now the farming, they're controlling the distribution, they're controlling the marketing, right up to how we consume these goods. So what is happening is, years ago when I talked to my mother, for example, when they talked about vegetables, they had about 15 to 20 vegetables during their time. When we talk about vegetables to our children, we're talking about spinach, cabbage, carrots, lettuce, potatoes. It's down to 5. It's shrinking. The varieties of vegetables that you can find in the marketplace now is shrinking more and more, and it's seasonal, because certain times of the year you cannot find certain goods in the marketplace. So we need to encourage more indigenous knowledge to enter into our space in terms of how we discuss and define science and technology, in order to reclaim the space where women used to create more varieties, where women used to do the breeding of seeds, where women used to produce so many varieties of vegetables and fruits. So we've got to reclaim that space more and more. And that is going to mean fighting these huge grain companies. And there are many campaigns out there that are certainly doing this. And I think that as African women, we need to latch into these campaigns, become part of those campaigns, and ensure that in our communities we educate our people about what is happening to us. Much of the food that is coming on the market now is horrible for us. It's terrible food. And so we've really got to reclaim that space as African women, as the controllers of food production, as the distributors and the marketers of food production. But we need, again, young women to enter this area of indigenous knowledge and create the necessary research to prove that the methodologies that we've always had are the methodologies that are necessary to preserve food security and to preserve the future of the African people. The next area that I really want to talk about is the area of space. I know when I first encountered this area, I thought, God, why should we be interested in the area of space, in the area of astronomy as women? Well, if each of us look at our cell phones, without astronomy, we wouldn't have a cell phone. So many scientific inventions have actually been made through astronomy. And it has become even more important now for Africa, for us to enter into the area of space. I'm not sure how many of us are aware of the number of satellites that are floating around for all kinds of reasons up there in the sky, many of them even crashing sometimes. Many countries now are fighting for space up in our galaxies. We need to enter that space as Africa. We need to be up in space in order for us to collect our own information at many different levels. One, we have all sorts of pirates, and I'm not talking about Somalian pirates. I'm talking about Italian pilots, I'm talking about Norwegian pilots, I'm talking about Japanese pirates, I'm talking about those pirates who nobody wants to talk about, who are fishing our seas and stealing all of our marine resources. And because we do not have the satellite capacity to assess and look at what is happening from an angle up in the sky, we are losing billions. I mean billions. While they are sitting preserving their seas and cultivating them, allowing and saying that there'll be no fishing for so many years until their fish can begin to produce, they are literally raping our seas. And so we need this capacity to be able to see in order to begin protecting our own seas. Many of our countries depend on these very countries to give us the information. So you know what it's like when somebody is giving you information, they're going to give you what they want you to have. So we need to have this capacity to be able to monitor. Thank you very, very much.
To have the same pattern of digging up our raw materials and sending them
to
outside,
have our own remote
and
sensing.
then have those
As I was saying,
products
Congo,
sold back to us at a much higher price than we get even for the commodity prices like platinum, gold, diamonds, palladium, all of these important minerals that we sell to the rest of the world. But what we need is to circulate brains within the African world where we can bring in brothers and sisters from all over the African world who can be creators of new knowledge, who can be innovators, who can look at platinum and say, out of platinum, these are the new products that we can make. We don't want people to come and tell us how to make nails or how to make hammers or hoes. We know how to do that already. In fact, we don't need the technology anymore. What we need are new inventions, new innovations that can come out deep out of the African continent and be sold to the rest of the world. Finished products new products that have not been seen in the marketplace. And I think we have the capacity to do that because we have the brain. But we need to be able to circulate these brains throughout the African world so that we can stimulate. So through the research chairs that are being created, not only in my country but throughout the African continent, we're looking for experts that can come to the university, that can come to the colleges, that can bring this knowledge, but not only just bring knowledge, but create an environment where people, young women and men, can create new knowledge. We are stimulating a new way of thinking about ourselves as the African continent. Now we educate young women and men in our universities and colleges to get a job. That's no longer good enough. And in fact, the area of labor, in my view, in 20 to 30 years, how we worked in the trade unions and how we worked as laborers in the past, is in the past. I think that area is coming to an end. I think our own government are doing such a good job of smashing trade unionism that I don't think we're going to see trade unionism in the way that we experienced it 20 years ago. So the whole area of labor is going to change and transform fundamentally. And I think that we're going to go back, in fact, to really sliding back in terms of labor relations today, because capitalists are making more money than they've ever made. And their greed is uncontainable. It's
we have to keep an eye out for that.
And more and more workers are being asked to sacrifice more in order for those profits to be made. And I think we need to transform the whole area of work, the whole area of how we create and how we innovate products. And we need a new business for that. That swallows people into the system and does not spit people out of the system as it does now. So we need this brain circulation to help us rethink, look at ourselves, and relook at ourselves in terms of what our future is going to look like as Africa. And we need to create new fields of science and technology that have not yet been created, simply because we have the natural resources. That's the beauty of the African continent. We have everything that it will take to actually create what the future world economy is going to look like. But it can't happen outside our borders anymore. We have to engineer it and ensure that it happens the African continent. And so I want to encourage this brain circulation that people, women and men, take up the opportunity to apply for these research chairs in just about every field and bring this new level of innovation so that we can become the of tomorrow's world.
To enter the area of astronomy, we need your eyes, we need the capacity to communicate. We need to be able to have people who know about remote sensing, people who are able to find the minerals for us, let us know how much we have in reserve. So all these are such critical parts for us as women. Why women?
Encountering so much pressure.
And so I think the burden of really creating new innovations in the future is going to be on us as women.
So the main
because we live longer with our daughters. And so it's incumbent on us to really create a
so-called Arab Spring.
that is really going to be fantastic for ourselves, for our communities,
if you look at
a
country like Libya,
for the entire continent,
under their basin,
we have to carry, we have to really
the
carry
richest water resources
for the African
in the
continent.
world. And you look at the Sudan, which
area
has
that
some of the best
I would
oil.
like to
You look at
talk about
the coast of Guinea,
really
which also is now gas and oil.
Biotechnology.
And if you look at where the capitalists are beginning to activate these manufactured wars,
talking about Dolly the sheep,
where they are introducing a whole lot of drug cartels that are destabilizing governments. Imagine drug cartels literally running governments. Right up from West Africa throughout North Africa. The Malian situation is a case in point. Drug cartels are coming in, playing into many of the Al-Qaeda elements, and the combination of these two, this religious exceptionalism, I think very, very dangerous situations for the African continent. So this is why I'm saying our science and technology must be able to monitor. We must have the capacity to monitor our communication, to monitor what is happening on the ground, to monitor how people are moving, and to monitor the national security. So we have to monitor our
75% of people
internet, of course, the ways in which we communicate
at the marketplace,
because
if you travel
the drug cartels are not only moving drugs,
part of the marketplace where they have these bottles
human trafficking
filled
with different medicines and they are using very, very effectively the communication system, the social media. They are using all of that, and we are a steps behind.
Many generations.
And so we've got to bridge this and take it over and create a system that can really begin to really protect the national security of the African continent more than ever. This is something that we've really got to go there. After our minerals, after our blue economy, they see the potential in the green economy, as well as even the white economy, which is really begin to look at Africa as an area where they can industrialize. In other words, set up industrial parks that only create and manufacture products for the export market. You will never see these products on the African market. They'll only be using Africa as a playing ground where they can do their things and send those things elsewhere.
Creating the same
So
products that we're able to
we
create
are
in the
at
recycled
a crossroads.
and because they're able to market it and they're able to label it and it passes the FDA standards and all of that, they're able to sell these products right back to us. So we need the area of biotechnology in order to really particularly enter the area of biopharmaceuticals. And because in it, there are all sorts of medications that heal the African body. And I think that we've got to grab that back. The capitalist system has been trying for many, many years to actually push that system down because they know once it comes onto the market and we take control of it, it will certainly kill their own marketplace. So we've got to look at that and begin to work on it. The other area that I'd like to talk about is the area of green technology. Now, we waste a lot everywhere we waste. And one of the things that I have appreciated about the Japanese is they don't waste anything. You have to pay them to recycle. They recycle everything from wood. They recycle even the small platinum that is found inside your cell phone, which is very dangerous for us because we sell them a lot of the platinum And if they are able to eventually recycle more of that platinum, it simply means they won't be buying from us for much longer, and many miners, of course, will lose work unless we begin to think of everything that is in our community as wealth. From biomass, which means things like the coverings of palm oil that can be transformed into energy. All those things are natural energy. It is taking your banana leaves and recycling those to energy. So the whole area of the green economy is really, really fundamental. It's looking at how we construct our buildings so that our buildings are healthy buildings to live in. The air that we breathe is not that air-conditioned, dry, but if we can build our structures in such a way that they allow sufficient and good air to come in, the water we use, we're able to recycle that water many times within the household, right out, and ensuring that it goes out into the garden and waters our crops. We are able to use our bottles to decorate even some of our steps, and even make chandeliers out of some of these bottles. So it's really taking clothing, recycling this clothing as well, and turning it into new pieces of fabric, new pieces of clothing. Taking our plastic bags that we love so much at the shopping center, and our PET bottles from the bottled water that so many people like. Well, here in Japan, it's necessary. You can't drink this radiated water. But the PET bottles, you can crush those into pellets, and those pellets can be crushed further. And that final product can actually be used to insulate jackets, for house insulation, for flooring, you know, under the carpet. There's also insulation that you need there. So it is really getting into this mindset into our communities that nothing that we throw away cannot be used again for something. And so we've got to begin to educate, I think, our communities. We ourselves have to educate ourselves as women, and just in terms of how do we run our own households. It's just starting there, and teaching our children how to recycle. And it's also teaching our children how to give. You know, some of the things that we don't use, somebody else can use those to create something. And so I think this area for me can spark so many job opportunities for our people. It can become a whole new economy for us. And so I think this is an area where we as women really, really need to take center stage and lead this process, and ensure that not only are we cleaning up our communities, not only are we keeping our environment clean, but we are showing that we have not become obsessed with consumption as our communities, because, you know, we go into the shop, and if you don't have 5 choices of beans, I don't know why we need 5 choices of beans, you know, canned beans at that. It becomes crazy. But it is really just changing the mindset about how we do things, how we consume, and really beginning to see what we can do with the surplus. I mean, all of us can go into our closets and pull out some serious surplus of many, many things. I have a friend who is teaching my mother how to make bags here in Japan. She takes all of her old handbags cuts them up and makes shoes, sandals, boots with them. And so what do? We take them and we throw them at the Salvation Army, we pitch them in the bin. But this is the kind of mentality that these people have, that, you know, they recycle everything. And I think this is really, really fantastic, really fantastic. I want to just quickly tap into the issues that we really need to talk about in terms of how do we create brain circulation. Everybody talks about brain drain. I want to talk about brain circulation. How do we circulate African brains throughout the African world? And this is very, very critical for us now. There are many opportunities now in many African universities, and I know in South Africa in particular, we have created what we call research chairs in various universities that enable us to find experts in their field. So in the area of astronomy, in most of the areas that I've talked about today, there are opportunities not only in South Africa but throughout the African continent, because there's a realization that we don't want to have the same pattern of digging up our raw materials and sending them outside, and then have those products sold back to us at a much higher price than we get even for the commodity prices like platinum, gold, diamonds, palladium, all of these important minerals that we sell to the rest of the world. That what we need is to circulate brains within the African world, where we can bring in brothers and sisters from all over the African world who can be creators of new knowledge, who can be innovators, who can look at platinum and say, out of platinum, these are the new products that we can make. We don't want people to come and tell us how to make nails or, you know, how to make hammers or hoes. We know how to do that already. In fact, we don't need the technology anymore. What we need are new inventions, new innovations that can come out deep out of the African continent and be sold to the rest of the world. Finished products, new products that have not been seen in the marketplace. And I think we have the capacity to do that because we have the brains, but we need to be able to circulate these brains throughout the African world so that we can stimulate. So through the research chairs that are being created, not only in my country, but throughout the African continent, we're looking for experts that can come to the university, that can come to the technology colleges, that can bring this knowledge, but not only just bring knowledge, but create an environment where people, young women and men, can create new knowledge. You are stimulating a new way of thinking about ourselves as the African continent. Now we educate young women and men in our universities and colleges to get a job. That's no longer good enough. And in fact, the area of labor, in my view, in 20 to 30 years, how we worked in the trade unions and how we worked as laborers in the past is in the past. I think that era is coming to an end. I think our own governments are doing such a good job of smashing trade unionism that I don't think we're going to see trade unionism in the way that we experienced it 20 years ago. So the whole area of labor is going to change and transform fundamentally. And I think that we're going to go back, in fact, to very oppressive, very really sliding back in terms of labor relations today, because capitalists are making more money than they've ever made, and their greed is is uncontainable. It keeps growing. And more workers are being asked to sacrifice more in order for those profits to be made. And I think we need to transform the whole area of work, the whole area of how we create and how we innovate products. And we need a new business model for that. That swallows people into the system and does not spit people out of the system as it does now. So we need this brain circulation to help us rethink, relook at ourselves, and relook at ourselves in terms of what our future is going to look like as Africa. And we need to create new fields of science and technology that have not yet been created, simply because we have the natural resources. That's the beauty of the African continent. We have everything that it will take to actually create what the future world economy is going to look like. But it can't happen outside our borders anymore. We have to engineer it and ensure that it happens on the African continent. And so I want to encourage this brain circulation, that people, women and men, take up the opportunity to apply for these research chairs in just about every field, and bring this new level of innovation so that we can become the creators of tomorrow's wealth. I think that we are standing on the cusp of greatness as the African people. But it is also a very risky moment, because it is encountering so much pressure to do things the old way. And so the many conflicts and the many manufactured conflicts that we are seeing through the so-called Arab Spring, I think it's must be the Arab death, are really, and if you look at countries like Libya, that is under their basin, is got some of the richest water resources in the world. And you look at the Sudan, which has some of the best oil. You look at the coast of Guinea, which also is now gas and oil. And if you look at where the capitalists are beginning to activate these manufactured wars, where they are introducing a whole lot of drug cartels that are destabilizing governments. Imagine drug cartels literally running governments, right up from West Africa throughout North Africa. The Malian situation is a case in point. Drug cartels coming in, playing into many of these Al-Qaeda elements, and the combination of these two, this religious exceptionalism, I think are very, very dangerous situations for the African continent. So this is why I'm saying our science and technology must be able to monitor. We must have the capacity to monitor our communication, to monitor what is happening on the ground, to monitor how people are moving, and to monitor the national security. So we have to monitor our internet, of course, the ways in which we communicate there, because the drug cartels are not only moving drugs, there's human trafficking that is moving alongside this, and they are using very, very effectively the communication system, the social media. They are using all of that, and we are steps behind. And so we've got to bridge this and take it over and create systems that can really begin to really protect the national security of the African continent more than ever. This is something that we've really got to go. They're after our minerals, they're after our blue economy, they see the potential in the green economy, as well as even the white economy, which is really beginning to look at Africa as an area where they can industrialize. In other words, set up industrial parks that only create and manufacture products for the export market. You will never see these products on the African market. They'll only be using Africa as a playing ground where they can do their things and send those things elsewhere. So we are at a crossroads, I think, as the African continent, African people all over the world. And as women rise up to take up more leadership positions, and as we really own and control the 21st century, we have to be up to speed on what is happening around us, I think, as leaders of the future. And we have to acknowledge where we are weak, and our advocacy must transform. It's good to talk, and I'm happy today that I've not talked about politics in a direct way, but I hope that you have gotten the political message that I'm trying to show, that if we don't get the science and technology right, the politics actually don't matter. So we've got to bridge and bring these together and look at how we can bring our power to come to influence this area for us for the future. And I think that we can do it. Pan-Africanism is the only way in which we can do it. If we're talking about brain circulation, Pan-Africanism is the only way in which we can do this. And so we have to make our Pan-Africanism relevant for the 21st century. And it must be the type of Pan-Africanism that can chart a future for our people, a future that shows that we are not only at the table, we are not only designing what the shape of the table is, but we are shaping the entire world. And I think that the power is in the hands of all of us as women in the African world. We can do this, and I think that we just have to continue our conversations, our analysis, continue to share that analysis. But more than ever, as we recruit more young women, particularly, into this Pan-African road that we are building and shaping and moving into, we have got to harness the new skills that we need to run our continent and to reshape the manner in which people look at us as African people all over the world. Now, it's really important for us to have these satellites, to have our own remote sensing. As I was saying, in the Congo, a very rich country with many deliberate conflicts that are created in order to continue to keep the Congo and many areas of natural resources destabilized. We need to be able to use our remote sensing to find out where the minerals, the geosciences, in other words, that can help us survey where our mineral resources are, where are they being depleted, and to also, again, use the remote sensing capability from the satellite to be able to look at illegal mining, which is done by the Canadians, which is done by the Australians. Many countries where there's conflict thrive and are able to steal and
African Liberation Day. So the spirit of African unity is alive and well, brothers and sisters. Now we in the AAPRP have a major milestone that we are also commemorating. It is 40 years since the founding of our organization. The All-African People's Revolutionary Party is commemorating 40 years of its existence. Our organization was actually founded in 19...
To greet all the sisters and to say how happy I am to see the revolutionary spirit really going strong. I know that we've all gone through tough times in our revolutions all over the African continent, all over the African world, wherever Africans are. But I think that the spirit of ensuring that we keep struggling, but I think now struggle more strategically and really begin to locate our struggles in many spaces that we have not always been willing to confront. And I think that we need new tools, we need new words, we need new and stronger language for the struggles of African people all over the world now, especially for African women. I think that more than ever, because in a sense it is our time and it is our century, that the backlash is much harder than it has been, in my view, for the past few decades. And I think they're much harder now than they were even 20, 30, even 40 years ago, because we're so close and because so many women are beginning to find and take up space in so many different areas of our economy, so many different areas of leadership, and more young women need to be encouraged to enter this terrain. So it's a great privilege for me to come and just have a quick chat about some of the things that I would have wanted to share in August. It's September, but that's okay. I think that we will certainly still be able to, I think, locate a few discussions within the space that we need to encourage one another. I want to talk a little bit today about the role that science and technology plays on the African continent, particularly focusing on the importance that it plays for African women. We are the richest continent in the world. And already, if one looks at how the media has been reporting Africa, many will remember that in the 70s, we were the lost continent. We were a dead continent, the dark continent. And then just in the middle of the 90s, the story started to change slightly. That suddenly we were, yes, conflict-ridden, and we were corrupt as a continent. But now there was a spark of hope. And as we go into the 21st century, Time magazine, The Economist magazine, all of a sudden we're the rising continent. And we are the continent of hope. We are the next frontier to save the global economy. So it's very strange, because for those of us who have been in struggle, Africa has always been the rising continent. It's always been a continent of hope. African people all over the world have always had hope in themselves. So we're happy that those who are coming into the fold now are finally discovering what we've known all along in the first place. I also think it's that we're at a very treacherous time in the African continent, because there is this new realization that people now have an awareness that there is so much wealth. They've always known, but of course their own propaganda has limited them entering. We're at a treacherous time because so much of our resources, our natural resources, our human resources, are really under serious attack as an African continent. They took so many of our people away during the slave trade, so many, millions, the worst genocide in the world. And yet, nobody talks about the impact that this had on our human resources. And in the same way today, we continue to have the same raping of our human resources from the African continent. And now they call it brain drain. But it's quite severe. It's more than just a brain drain. It is a deeper level of underdevelopment for the African continent by taking away the people who can actually innovate, who can come up with new products, who can really turn our continent into one of the best continents in the entire world. And so science and technology plays such a critical point for where we are today. If one looks at natural resources, for example, where Africa is extremely rich, if you look at our need for energy, if we are able to harness many of our own natural resources to create renewable energies, now I'm not talking about mineral resources, I'm just talking about the nanotechnologies that we can find around our seas that can actually create natural, clean energy for our countries. And as women, we need to study what is happening in the sea. The blue economy, as they call it now, is such a fundamental part of the future of our children. And so not only does it harness the potential for energy, the fabrics that we all wear, textiles, what is in the sea today, we can create new fibers, stronger fibers, not only for clothing, but for protective clothing, for insulation, for all sorts of things, for carpeting, all made from natural resources. So we have to begin to broaden even the way we look at the sea as such an important resource for ourselves. I am privileged to serve here in Japan. These people are innovators. What they are doing with their ocean, because they are surrounded by water. This is an island, a small island country. But they are experimenting with using the waves of the ocean to generate energy into their electric grid. And when you look at the African continent, it's surrounded by water all around it. And so if we were able to harness that kind of resource, imagine the kind of natural energy we would be able to bring to so many communities across the African continent. So it is really beginning to think through these things very, very carefully, very, very strategically, and encouraging many young women to enter these new fields of marine sciences. Very, very important. We are the custodians of fishing as women on the African continent. If you go up West Africa, we are the ones who sell that fish. We cook that fish. We grill that fish. We do all sorts of things with it. But we need to now think of how do we process this fish so that we can preserve it? How do we bring back a lot of the ways that we preserved food long ago and bring those methodologies back? So, particularly in light of the fact that food security is such a challenge for us now on the African continent when it does not need to be. So these are the things that we really, really need to think about when we look at the blue economy in particular, and looking at blue science, very fundamental for our future. The other area that I want to really talk about is the area of climate change, and how climate change is fundamentally destroying livelihoods and the way that we have lived, I think, on the African continent. As temperatures rise, we are seeing mosquitoes, we are seeing cholera, we are seeing diseases that had literally been removed from certain areas and certain countries and certain spatial areas. And these are coming back now as with global warming and with changes in climate. You're seeing mosquitoes that would never have been at very high levels of altitude, but they are beginning to reach there because it's getting warmer and warmer. But I think what is even more fundamental is the manner in which global warming and climate change are changing the whole area of food security. If it is not too much rain, it is too much sun. The seasons are all over the place. It's not so much that you can no longer plant, but it's just that you no longer know what season even to plant in. And this has had such a huge impact on smallholder farmers or smallholder family farmers that feed themselves as well as sell to communities near them. It has completely killed the agricultural sector in many African countries. If you look at the backbone of many of our countries, women hold up the agricultural sector. They not only work the field, they not only breed the seeds, they not only create all the new varieties. We've always been scientifically knowledgeable. We've always had our indigenous technologies as women. But there are many key issues that are confronting us now. You have Monsanto, which along with 3 other grain companies based in the US, literally control 95% of agriculture in the world today. And I'm not just talking about selling seeds only, but what they're doing is they're buying up tracts and tracts of land throughout the African continent, planting these GMO seeds in various countries. And many of their seeds now are seeds that you cannot cultivate for the next season. This is a capitalist system that makes sure that you're always beholden to them to buy seeds. Now, for generations, we have saved seeds. We have passed on seeds. We have made sure that we chose the best varieties. But now you have these huge companies that are coming. South Africa has done this as well. We have a huge GMO maize that is coming into the market, GMO cotton that is also making its way through many African countries. And so when we think of science and technology, we don't often think that the woman who may not have a lot of education, who has had this technology passed on to her for generations is knowledgeable, is an intellectual. We don't regard this as knowledge. And part of the fight for us as women is to fight to restore that indigenous knowledge and make indigenous knowledge part, in fact, I would even say, quite separate from what is considered intellectual knowledge today, because much of what is considered intellectual knowledge and patented is actually pirated knowledge. It's stolen knowledge, and it is knowledge that has not been created. And so people are patenting things that are already existing in society, and use and through the capitalist system, this is now utilized as their knowledge to service their economy while denying millions of people the same privilege, because we are unable to write down the characteristics that go into many of the creations that have been made for generations in the area of science and technology by women in the agricultural sector. So the threat of the big grain companies not only controlling now the farming, they're controlling the distribution, they're controlling the marketing, right up to how we consume these goods. So what is happening is, years ago when I talked to my mother, for example, when they talked about vegetables, they had about 15 to 20 vegetables during their time. When we talk about vegetables to our children, we're talking about spinach, cabbage, carrots, lettuce, potatoes. It's down to 5. It's shrinking. The variety.
My name is Joy Ba, and I am with the All African People's Revolutionary Party and the All African Women's Revolutionary Union, which is hosting this event today, Pan African Women's Day. African women have always been at the forefront of our people's liberation, and that is no different today. If you will reach into the folders that you received during registration, you will see the history of this great event, Pan African Women's Day, which started in 1962, before the founding of the Organization of African Unity. So you can already see that our sisters were in the vanguard even before the founding of the Organization of African Unity. Our women felt the need to organize on a collective level, continental wide, to address the problems that they were experiencing. And after that first event, they elected their general secretariat, and they kind of changed the name to Pan African Women's Day, and they founded the Pan African Women's Organization, which launched Pan African Women's Day in its correct title on July 31st, 1974. And so today we still celebrate Pan African Women's Day to help be a platform for women and women's organizations to discuss the challenges that we face in this world. At the time that they were talking, that they were first formed, their goal was the total liberation of the African continent and the elimination of apartheid. And they wanted to have an institution of joint justice as human beings became their first priority. And so you can see that even today, there is that quest to unify. I'm not sure if you had a chance to hear some of the video from our sister in the All African People's Revolutionary Party Central Committee speaking regarding the need to unify. We can all help each other's progress when when our efforts are in concert. And Pan African Women's Day is an opportunity for us to discuss the challenges that we face as women and as African people, as human beings, and to discuss some collective approaches to that. How through the different organizations that we are in, whether it is the Chicago State Student Union, or whether it is through a sorority, or whether it is through a religious organization, or whether it is through a political organization, how we can work together so that no matter where we are in society, we can have our issues addressed and the things that are important to us and the things that matter to us. And so that's what Pan African Women's Day is about. Pan African Women's Day is about collectivism. It is about us joining together to approach things in a unified fashion. It is about humanitarianism and egalitarianism. It's all about those principles that were founded in traditional African society. And that's why the All African Women's Revolutionary Union was founded, because we know that the best place, the best role for a woman in the revolutionary struggle is in the front of the revolution, but we need to also know that women cannot necessarily fight if they don't have their complete freedom to fight. And so the All African Women's Revolutionary Union was formed internal to the All African People's Revolutionary Party in 1980 to ensure that women inside the AAPRP had an opportunity to take leadership positions, that women inside the AAPRP had an opportunity to receive training and education, that women inside the AAPRP had an opportunity to gain skills in everything that was important to being an organizer in the AAPRP. And so we bring you this event today. We've got some lively topics scheduled for you, and we really hope that you are engaged in the process, and we're really looking forward to working with you, not just today in our discussion groups, but beyond today, so that we can form a collective plan together on how to approach the challenges that face us. So we thank you for coming today, and we really look forward to hearing from you. We have today, our first speaker today is going to be Sister Chiamaka Uche, and she will be representing the Chicago State University Young African Students Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiamaka Uche. I'm sorry. And I'm the president of the Young African Student Ambassadors at Chicago State. We were founded in 2007 by my sister when she was in undergrad, Gold Uche. And our organization strives to bring more African awareness to Chicago State, because although more African Americans and Hispanics are knowing more about Africa, they really don't know that much, such as female genital mutilation that's still occurring in Africa. Most people don't know that that's still happening, because, you know, in America it's 2015, so you might think like, oh, okay, that stuff doesn't really happen. So we're trying to bring awareness of situations like that, awareness of that people are still impoverished in Africa. And we do that through fashion shows, through discussion panels, through African culture nights. Last semester we had an African culture night, and we had a big turnout. So through those type of events, we bring more African Americans into our organization to know what we're really about. This semester, we plan to partner up with the All African People's Revolutionary Party more often and bring more people into our organization so they can know what the APAR, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, All African People's Revolutionary Party, what they're about. And we just hope that we're going to have a successful semester and school year. Thank you.
We applaud the Young African Students Association for identifying a problem and immediately working together to collectivize their energies toward a solution. And that is what we are trying to do as the All African People's Revolutionary Party and the All African Women's Revolutionary Union. We'd like to collectivize our energies so that we can form a solution to a common problem that all African people face, no matter whether you're on the south side of Chicago or whether you're in Durban or whether you're in Guinea or Senegal. Anywhere we are in the world, our people face some of the same oppression and some of the same challenges. And we cannot solve those problems without coming together to approach them on a collective manner. And so in the All African People's Revolutionary Party, we believe and we say that no African is free anywhere in the world until Africa is free. And that is why we are shooting toward the goal of Pan-Africanism, the complete and total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. And so with that being said, I'm going to bring our next speaker. Her name is Seblo Sahai, and she is from the National Union of Eritrean Women. She's going to show a short video, and then she will talk with you about the video that's presented.
So good afternoon, I think it is. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Seblo, and I am part of the National Union of Eritrean Women and very honored to be here. Just like the All African Women's Revolutionary Party, the National Union of Eritrean Women was also born out of the EPLF, just like our Revolutionary Union was born out of the AARP. And the reason that there was a need to create the National Union of Eritrean Women was because we wanted to make sure that we had gender equality, that women played a leadership role in the armed struggle for independence, that there was skills, training, educational development opportunities made. So very similar, the history is very similar in how it started. This video is about 27 minutes long, and I think we'll cut it short for if we don't have enough time. But it talks about the women's role in the fight for independence and post-independence, their role during this armed struggle for liberation, and how they were frontline fighters, and also how they were involved in the development opportunities of the nation and being part of nation building post-independence. So like I said, it's 27 minutes, but I know we'll cut it short if time does not permit. And then after that, I'll be available for questions.
With a more than 1,000-kilometer-long coastline along the Red Sea, Eritrea is located in the Horn region of Africa, sharing borders with Sudan to the west, Ethiopia in the south, and Djibouti in the east. Its extensive littoral territory neighbors with that of Saudi Arabia and Yemen, while the total area of the country stands at 117,600 square kilometers, including the Dahlak archipelago and other various islands. Excluding the long-standing influence of the Ottoman Empire along the eastern lowlands, Eritrean history is predominantly characterized with successive colonial rules by the Italians and the British respectively, later followed by federation with Ethiopia in 1947, which subsequently ended up in subjugated annexation.
مسيلة أي حضرن عتاك باترن حبوني ليلي من مريتي نايبوتا تيرسي كل خواد مريت تعمي كايت الزمت زكا على كابركت عبد الله خيامك تصبرت
The later phenomena instigated vigorous popular revolution against the occupation forces of Ethiopia and the Eritrean people's aspirations for national independence, which stood a 30-year armed struggle that demanded the sacrifice of more than 60,000 lives. Ultimately, Eritrea attained its independence in 1991, conducted referendum after 2 years under the supervision of the United Nations, and ensured international recognition through a tremendous popular vote. The Eritrean people's armed struggle for national independence was marked by a number of unique attributes in its nature, one of them being the active and irreplaceable role women played in the process. Especially under the leadership of the EPLF, women's revolutionary duties did not remain bound to traditional undertakings.
We are fighting for the emancipation of women. Down with class and male domination. Long live the economic, political and social equality of women. We have helped the oppressed masses to rise and struggle. Along with the men, we are in the forefront, fighting for freedom. In the political program of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, it states explicitly,
Eritrean women were in a position to prove active participation in the front as combatants and took share in roles that were previously reserved for men, namely mechanical work, political decision-making, as well as truck and tank driving, among others. Peculiar to the prevailed culture, several women could assume administrative positions and contribute to the empowerment of the people as well as the independence struggle. Eritrean women's rational thinking and denial to harmful customary practices began as early as that time. In a nutshell, the very commitment of the Popular Front as regards inspiring women to demonstrate dynamic participation in the armed struggle and laying the groundwork to this end gave rise to pragmatic and equitable female socio-political participation. freedom fighters who were assigned in liberated zones worked with devotion in clinics, garages, and other technical workshops, schools, as well as public administration and other activities under the EPLF. Their faithfulness to the people's struggle was manifested by unlimited enthusiasm for self-sacrifice and deep sense of ownership regarding the organization's properties.
But one of the positive things of the Eritrean People's Liberation Army was there was this kind of conscientization, the consciousness raising, to demystify the deep-rooted attitude that women are docile, women are could not do anything. Women can join any front if need be. That was the motto. And the men was also given kind of lessons together that yes, there is an area that they could do, but the woman can also join and perform it equally. So that kind of this demystifying and consciousness raising was the basic thing. Besides, when after giving the basic training, when assigning people, the female and male population,
they showed a tendency of denying proclivity towards their social rights as freedom fighters for marriage, maternity, and others, because they were convinced that the experience would restrain their participation in the armed struggle. Likewise, those who were living in urban settings within the enemy's territory had their own clandestine means of supporting the EPLF financially, materially, and information-wise. They played a significant role in military operations carried out in the enemy-occupied areas. Women freedom fighters were able to build charisma through proven courage and wit in battle engagements, both as members of the rank and file and commanders. Their presence in the military domains was pervasive. They operated tanks, led artillery units, took part in laying mines, and so on. After all, they were a source of encouragement and morale among their comrades in trying moments.
So many women before us as Eritrean women have joined in the Liberation Army, be it in the Vietnam, Zimbabwe in Africa, South Africa also. But the difference that we as Eritrean women put was that we were in the front line. We really fought the Ethiopian soldiers, and what the Ethiopian soldiers said at that time was, God give me mercy from the Eritrean woman fighter.
Many historic heroic feats have been registered by Eritrean women. They did even dare to face martyrdom with nationalistic zeal. The National Union of Eritrean Women, which presently holds an autonomous non-governmental status, was established in 1979 and was one of the mass organizations of the EPLF. The grassroots organization visibly succeeded in organizing women and raising their participation in the long journey to national independence, coping with the existed unpleasant familial and social factors. This way, the EPLF fostered the greatest change in women's roles, as it foresightedly recognized the need to include women in the struggle, along with the impact of education in mobilizing them. The presence of female cadres and active fighters, all together with the fact that the Popular Front could have confidence in them, constituted a stepping stone to raising women's status. Its legislative measures had their own contribution to this end. Since 1991, the government of Eritrea has been exerting sustained endeavors with a view to enhancing the role of women via awareness-raising political activities, credit schemes, literacy campaigns, and other programs. Special boarding schools were launched targeting increased female participation in education, especially in remote areas. And Eritrean women's sustained equal participation in the nation-building process was demonstrated by their even share in the National Service Program and work exposure in governmental offices. Women now have the legal right to own and inherit land. The major improvement of the Eritrean Land Proclamation is, in fact, related to women's equal rights as regards access to land. This was done with a reasoning that goes beyond good intention and somewhat contrary to related customary practices. It is indeed a solid commitment towards empowerment of women. On the other hand, the legal minimum age of marriage was raised from 15 years to 18 years, and the man as well as women in marriage have presently the same rights within the family. Dowry and bride price were discouraged significantly. Today, the National Union of Eritrean Women continually campaigns through seminars to fight the gender stereotypes which existed traditionally in the Eritrean society.
100%, because as I stated, we were established 30 years back, and our main motto at that time was to mobilize women to participate in the liberation movement, which we achieved, and also for the development, social justice of the country, and social equality of women. This is in the process. The women's issue is not the issue of the woman alone. It's the issue of the society. And to achieve that, the government has to work continuously in achieving or in making a conducive environment, be it that the policies have to be gender sensitive, the different programs, as well as the different sectors have to have that kind of gender equality policies and programs. are going to have a developed society, it's via education. Education is a tool for what we are looking for, to have a developed and equal society. What kind of education might be the issue? It has to be an education which values the culture of the people and sharing whatever you have, because at the end of the day, what you have been going through education is via the people's resource. So if Eritrea is at the end of the day to be a developed society, the female and male population have to be educated.
The stereotyped gender roles stretch from the family to the larger community, affecting social, economic, cultural, and political relations between the sexes at all ages and beginning as early as childhood. In addition to the National Union of Eritrean Women campaign, all government institutions have been running programs and projects that facilitate change in the stereotyped gender roles. Top among these institutions stands the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare, which collectively carried out various awareness-raising educational programs aimed at changing the stereotypical attitudes at societal level. In this connection, women's participation in sports and recreational activities, which were previously bound to men, have contributed to the breakthrough in the fight against gender stereotypes and the efforts to nurture role models. The Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare, for example, as the coordinating body in collaboration with its social partners, has been spearheading the fight against gender stereotypes among children and parents, along with the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC. The ministry also extends trainings and works on the base of small microcredit schemes related with irrigation and livestock farming activities targeting women, and with the objective of elevating their direct participation in economic activities. This particular effort of backing women seeks bringing about evident outcome against the stereotyped gender role by enabling them become self-employed and capable of generating their own income. This has proved a leap forward in the right development direction for Eritrea. Equally worth mentioning are the joint endeavors exerted by the ministry in collaboration with the private and public sectors in a bid to reduce and eliminate unemployment in Eritrea by creating sustainable livelihoods for the socially disadvantaged by, inter alia, creating job opportunities for the most vulnerable people with special attention to the disabled, disadvantaged women, and individuals shouldering heavy responsibility of caring for martyrs' families. Furthermore, effective joint ventures were undertaken with a view to doing away with harmful customary practices, such as FGM, which was banned through a proclamation in 2007, and childhood marriage, besides lowering mortality rate of mothers, raising women's awareness on HIV/AIDS, and inspiring them to attend VCT services. The implementation of potable water supply projects in nationwide outreach has predominantly favored the livelihood of women, that student girls are in a position to have additional time for scholastic and other activities. As an outcome outcome of the nation's triumph in promoting educational outreach at all levels, growing proximity of schools to rural communities is contributing to the decrease in the dropout rates of female students. In fact, female enrollment and completion ratios in the adult literacy program have presently been above 90%. The Eritrean government has also adhered to special measures of ensuring women's representation in various hierarchies of the government structures, including ministerial, director general, regional government, and foreign relations posts. In today's Eritrea, the gender breakdown of higher government profiles indicates that a reasonable number of females exist among the members of the National Assembly, ministers, regional administrators, director generals, directors, unit heads, high court judges, and regional as well as magisterial judges, making a total figure of 550. The concept of gender equity in Eritrea evolved and became more evident in the course of the armed struggle for national independence. With its foundation on this important segment of the Eritrean history and the values thereof, the National Union of Eritrean Women has a number of milestones behind, while it has a journey to be completed ahead, especially focusing on the young female generation.
So that was a brief overview of the Eritrean women history and the struggle for independence and their involvement in post-independence national development. When we talk about the Eritrean history, I think we should put it in context of the African women. In Africa, we see a lot of the similarities in other parts of Africa where women are living in poverty, where there is not access to education or health resources, medical resources, skill development. Their role in government and in leadership is very limited, and very few nations right now have actually gender equality policies and gender policies in place. I think that's about it for the Eritrean portion. Any questions that I can answer? Yes, sir.
Is it correct that female judicial representation was outlawed?
Yes. Once we had independence, the government outlawed it, and it was declared unconstitutional. However, Eritrea is a very patriarchal society, and so traditions and cultures in certain parts of Eritrea would not follow the policies or the laws of the land. So what the government did is instead of making it punitive, they involved many groups of people from the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of the Students and Youth Associations to do grassroots education. So they would actually go to the areas where it was still happening and do some training and education. And there were people who would go and live in the area for 2 to 3 months and be close to the individuals so that they can teach them, give them the educational development opportunity. And so it would be part of the decision-making process for the women when they had children not to do that to their babies. And in that process, they also included not just the women in the training, but also the men, because it is a societal thinking process that needed to be changed. So we're still working on it. It's not 100% eliminated, but very close.
And my second part of my question, I know that the president's been there for over 20 years.
Yes.
And they haven't had any election. How do the people, particularly the women, view the president? The outside world views, of course, as a dictator. So how do the women in Eritrea view the president and the fact that no national election was today?
The media on Eritrea and the president is changing recently. The Eritreans in the diaspora and within the country, well, within Eritreans themselves, there are split opinions. There are those that opine that he is a dictator, and there are those that believe that Eritrea is in the right course. One of the things that Eritrea's president has said is that Eritrea is not for sale and Eritrea is for Eritreans. And the resources of Eritrea is going to be utilized for Eritreans first. And that has been one of the motivators for branding him as a dictator by the media that's governed by the Western world. Was that an objective answer?
It's interesting in the video, one of the women, she talked about education, and she talked about being developed, and that is a loaded term. And I was hoping that she wasn't using the West as a model, because I mean, develop depends on how you define it.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people say that the United States isn't developed because it's a violator of human rights, such as just as is Western European countries and all those kind of things. So you did answer my question.
Okay. Just to speak about the woman who was speaking, she was the president of the National Union of Eritrean Women until last year, 2004. There was a Congress that was held and democratically elected a new president for the National Union of Eritrean Women. She was also a freedom fighter. She joined the struggle in 1973 as a teenager, so she has experienced both sides. And if you listen to another part of what she said when we talked about education, when she talked about educational development, was utilizing our social standards and our cultures for our education. It's got to be based on our cultures. Yes, ma'am.
Did I hear the film say that 90% of the adult women are complete education, or are educated, go to school and complete?
90% of those who are in university system or high school system were women, not 90% of the population. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I know statistics I've read out of all the African liberation organizations, Eritrea has, they said, about 50% of women in the fighting forces, and that they were, I guess, the most progressive as of all the African countries as far as women gender liberation, freedom, I should say, because they even penetrated different sectors of society, which the West seemed to be just the opposite. America included seemed to be just the opposite, as far as being very oppressive to women in America, Europe, very oppressive to women. It's not like they hate women, okay? Men understand that's the problem. Capitalism.
Yeah, women, as you saw in the video, they were active participants in the struggle. So when I say struggle, I mean actual physical combat, fighting in the field. So they actually left their homes and their families to join the fighters in the mountains of the Sahel to actively participate in the struggle for independence. And it's unlike any other fight or I don't want to call it a war, because it's not a war with two countries where they have both established military and what have you. But it's unlike any other in history, even compared to the Viet Congs, where women did participate in that fight, in Rwanda, in Zimbabwe. The women actually took the front line in the fighting for independence. Yes, sir.
I didn't get a chance to see the video outside, but a question that I've had in regards to the EFPJ and Eritrea in general for some time, given kind of the uniqueness and the fact that the struggle for independence was in essence against another African country, what is the position of, if any, of the EFPJ relative to African unity and Pan-Africanism?
Well, I differ. I would differ on that opinion. The Eritrean struggle for independence didn't start because because Ethiopia wanted Eritrea to be part of Ethiopia. It started because the United Nations decided that when all other colonized nations got their independence, that Eritrea would be federated to Ethiopia, because it was politically and strategically a place that the Western wanted involvement. So yes, there's, we hear that, it's Ethiopia against Eritrea, but it never has been. During the monarchy of Haile Selassie, United States and the British backed Ethiopia up 150% with soldiers, with weaponry, with everything, while the struggle happened. Post Haile Selassie, and when we had the communist government come in and it became a dictatorship, it was supported by Russia, by Korea, and by Cuba. So Eritrea was really, Eritrean freedom fighters were really never fighting Ethiopia. There was a political reason that the West wanted Ethiopia to be the lead country or the partner country in East Africa. It had better accesses to resources, better accesses to bases to keep an eye on the Middle East. It had a partnership with Ethiopia and wanted that and still wants that to this day. Ethiopia is backed by United States 100%. And that is why we hear Eritrea is a terrorist state, Eritrean president is a dictator. It's all the negative branding that is happening to make people think that things are bad in Eritrea. But we're still poor, we're still growing, but it is a country that uses its resources for its people, and the resources are cultivated and developed by its people, primarily.
So the relationships between the people of Eritrea and Ethiopia at the level of the people, how is that?
So, good question, right? On a personal level, I'm half Ethiopian. My mother is Ethiopian. I'm Eritrean. I have a great relationship with my mother as long as she respects I'm Eritrean and that Eritrea is an independent nation. There are still Ethiopians who, on a personal level, do not accept Eritrea as an independent nation. And whether it is, whatever the intent, maybe it is what it is, you can't change that. I don't think the people inherently hate one another, but we do have some political challenges right now that does not allow us to work together. But it is in the benefit of both Eritrea and Ethiopia for us to have a bridge, to be able to talk and to be able to work together for the development of both countries and also other countries within Africa. This fight and this separation is a product of colonialism and also a product of a Western strategy. And we have to overcome that. It doesn't matter whether I'm Eritrean, whether there's an Ethiopian woman next to me, we are partners first. And I think that's where we need to get to. That would be where I would like to see us go to.
We want to thank Sister Sahai for bringing that very informative video to us. And if you have follow-up questions, she will be here through the rest of the event. And so we encourage you to get to know her and come and talk to her and ask more follow-up questions. Right now, we're going to transition into our discussion of our discussion questions for today. And I'm going to bring Sister Rakina Muhammad, who will present our discussion questions for you. Good
afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Welcome. Has anybody looked at that? I couldn't think of the word over there. It's beautiful. It's my first time seeing it, actually. I'm not sure who the artist was, but that is beautiful. So I want to give a hand to the artist, whoever made that, because that is fantastic. So right now we're going to transition, and we're actually going to physically transition, not out of this room, but into 4 different groups. So you were all given a folder, and the folders are different colors. So the color of your folder, and it also has a picture of a woman. Remember, our theme today is leadership. Our theme is empowering African women to be leaders. All African lives matter. So we have some discussion questions that each of the groups are going to be discussing and coming up with answers to those questions and then presenting back to the larger group. So in a couple minutes, I'm going to have you all transition and actually move your chairs into 4 circles. We're going to have 2 on this side and 2 on that side. But before we do that, just reflecting on the theme, empowering African women to be leaders, all African lives matter. I have a very short clip to show of, I don't know how many of you were here at Pan-African Women's Day last year. Anybody? So last year I did a short presentation about the Gambia, a project that I'm involved with called Starfish International. And I went back this year, this summer, and I have a short video. So when we talk about African women as leaders, I also am very much involved with facilitating African girls to be leaders. And of course, when we say African, we mean all of us as African, as people of African descent. We're all African people. So I have a short clip that I'm going to show of a young sister in the Gambia who is a leader in the Gambia in a small village called Lamine Village. Can I get some help with the, where it is? Where it is. Oh, okay, sorry. I had it on my laptop, and I didn't know I was going to do this, so just ignore everything else you see there. I have good music. Okay, where is it? Finding the video. It was on my laptop just now. Is this it, maybe? Is it this one? Oh, okay. It's focused. Yes. Sorry. So her name is Fatou Ndour.
When I had the idea of photography, I was curious because I wanted to know how to take pictures because I don't see many females doing it. I don't think I've ever seen a female photographer doing photography business somewhere. So when I was in the 9th grade, I learned photography at Starfish.
Starfish International takes a core group of girls that would normally not have the chance to get as much education as they're capable of getting, provides them with that education and inspires them to come back and transform the communities that they come from and make them better and be of service to those communities. The girls that we pick at Starfish are girls who have a glimmer of resilience in them, which means they're already struggling and they've already shown signs that they can overcome these struggles with a little bit of help. One aspect of our program is entrepreneurship, where we teach the girls life skills like gardening, beekeeping, and photography. A volunteer came to the Gambia with some cameras that she donated, trained the girls as well, and that has helped Fatu's business skyrocket.
Since my grade 8, I have had businesses selling gram and tea, butterscotch, and doing photography too. I think we all have great ideas in our heads, but my classmates are waiting for something to happen someday. They have hopes that their parents might pay for them or what. But I don't have that hope, so that's why I'm starting now. And I think that's how we're different, because they're totally depending on something. But I don't have anything to depend on, so I have to depend on myself. When I first started taking pictures, they thought maybe I had a toy. Yeah, they thought I had a toy, or I was doing it for fun. So when they saw that I was really serious, everybody comes. Like when it's Saturday, we have extra classes. Everybody wears their nice outfit, so they come and I'll be like, "You have really nice outfit. Do you want me to take a picture of you?" They'll be like, "Yeah." So we go to the nice background, we snap them, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we love this one." Some of them will take 10 pictures, and each picture is $15. My business has changed me from being this little girl who keeps asking for money from my dad into a girl who's growing to be an independent woman. I always dream that I want to build a school for girls. There might be boys, but not as many as girls. And the reason is behind it is I'm inspired and I want to promote girls' education, where the school fee will be lesser, but they will be provided with anything they need in the school.
After high school, I see Fatu defying the odds in ways I can't even dream of. I see her not just being satisfied with one project. I know that she has said over and over again, no matter what else I do, I will be a photographer. So I see an architect, a photographer, a businesswoman who has the courage, has the strength, and has the heart to do great things and do it with excellence.
So that is one of the amazing girls that I spent time with this past summer. Most of the girls in the picture, I also got a chance to meet them and spend time with them. And the sister that was talking, her name is Yasin Sar, and she's actually the founder of the organization called Starfish International. And her husband was born in the United States, and he's also now living in the Gambia, and they're running this program. The sister had a question.
With the young ladies taking the pictures, I noticed that there wasn't one of those cameras that comes right out with the picture. Who develops the pictures for them?
They have a photography, a dark room, and then she develops her own pictures. Yes. Okay, so I just wanted to show that as a transition. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because what we're going to do now is we're going to get into our groups. So one of the things that we wanted to do, I hope everybody can hear me, I'm not using the mic. One of the things that we wanted to do today with this conference is really have some discussion. So we didn't want to talk at you, but we wanted everybody to get a chance to have conversation among themselves and then come up with some solutions or possible solutions that we will discuss as a group. So we wanted to make this very interactive so that you get to know one another. So at this time, I would like everyone to identify the color of their folder, because the color of your folder is going to be where you're going to be. So why don't we're going to have two circles, as I said, and people are going to move their chairs into small circles, and so we'll have the green circle over here and the yellow circle in the back, the purple circle in the front here, and what other color? The red circle in the back there. Okay, so we'll take a few minutes to move our chairs.
You said the green circle over here?
Yes, the green and the yellow. And purple. And so each group has a facilitator, but again, this should be very interactive. So we encourage the facilitators to encourage everyone to talk and have conversation. And the facilitator has the questions. I'm the facilitator for the yellow group, so I'll be there in a minute. And I think what we should do first is just have everyone introduce themselves, and the picture of the person that was on your name tag, we would like to identify who that person is and maybe talk a little bit about who that person is and why we chose to have her picture on our badges. So that'll be the first task for the groups, and then you can go ahead and get into your discussion questions. I would suggest that in addition to the facilitator, each group assigns a note taker so that you can take notes, so that when you present to the large group, you'll have something on paper that you can present from your conversations. So you'll need a facilitator and a note taker. Any questions?
Bush. My spiritual name is Moshe. I think the question was how important is that commitment? Well, if we ever get a chance to rewrite our own version of history, I think it would be a little different. Because when we take a look at representation of women and men in nature, what comes out of men are seeds. What comes out of woman is the entire egg, which really represents a planet where everything springs forth, you know, life. So, how important is Africa? Entire. No woman, no world.
I'm Jackie Green, and I'm just listening to what I've heard. And black women, they play an important part, and such as raising families and being leaders, teaching the children, respect, morals, and what we were taught back in our day. And I'm sure most of us are pretty much around our age a little bit, but having that support and that guidance. And I think if we had more of that today, and our women were like they were, I think things would be much better in the world. May it pertain to, wouldn't be so much of crime and violence, and nowadays there's so much of hate and angry and all of this. And that's not anything to be leading to the children of the world. More love and more unity, I feel. So a black woman plays a big importance. Mainly today, we're the head of the household. Yes, I feel there was a lot that black women can do. But as we're saying, leadership, you gotta have that. And if you don't have that, then how can you, teach your children?
I am Janet Herrera from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And the role of a black woman is for her to understand, and that comes from generation to generation, to know that she is the mother of all human race, and know that the importance of her is a nation can't rise without her.
My name is Yvette Collins, and I think the thing about black women is our strength and our ability to be loved and caring. I also think that we could be more powerful if we know who we are and know our worth. Because I think there's a lot of us out there who don't really know who we are. That's why they get caught up in a lot of crazy things. So I think that if we know our worth, we can be much more
Some people find they should be black.
My name is Masani Moses, and I'm with the AAPRP. And there's a whole slogan we use a lot. And I think it came from Malcolm when he says, organize the women, you organize the nation. So, in that, he knows that we are the key to everything. We have our hands on everything. And so it goes without saying the importance that we are. The question is, how do we make us understand how important we are and what our role should be. That's why it's going to be very interesting with this question that we have, and also with the person that we're looking at as far as her leadership and what should be. So in the sense of us understanding the role of leadership, we understand that we are power, we mother, we guide and we direct, but I don't think we understand exactly what role that needs as leaders and developing young leaders. So we're the all in all, but we don't do anything without a nation. That means we connect to the youth and the men and everything. So that's where we at.
You know, I think women have to learn very important. They have made an important contribution to our people's struggle. And you know, even though there is gender oppression, and before we talk about national oppression of women, you know, I think too that they need to penetrate all structures in our liberation movement. Sisters was talking about the women there did more than any other part of the African world with regard to penetrating their leadership structures, government, fighting forces of their children, the real struggles in our own parent, our own struggle. They're actually putting our life on the line, which is the highest part of struggle. You put your life on the line. So, our women have been in the forefront of world change for a lot of facts. For Africa, for humanity in general. Pushing forward. To her, I was like, and I commend them, and that's why I'm coming in and learning from the women. Mother, three sisters for the past. I always thought, you know, I was in the losing battle when I around there as far as pushing the line, because, you know, women are very creative. It's they natural born organizers.
My name is Devon Woodson. I've been thinking about what I'm saying. To me, helping the kids, you know, you're home, you have the time. Okay. African women is natural teacher. So kind of changing and we learn from the teachers. So that's the first part that we learn from our teachers, grandmamas and stuff like that. So we all are part of the teachers. As we grow up, they learn from us, and that's the better part. I think if we teach them while they're young, then when they grow up, they'll learn.
Say all African lives matter versus Black lives matter.
Thank you, everybody, for your powerful responses. I think that we would all agree that the importance of African women is paramount. That's why we're here today. And they've always been at the origins of civilization, at the forefront of our families, always uplifting and holding together our communities. So
that's something
I think that
you may not
is
understand
definitely highly important for these conversations, that we're always uplifting our stories and our ability to encourage women to recognize that power that they have. We're also talking today about like women leaders and recognizing the stories of women and uplifting their stories. And for those who didn't get a chance to go over, our group is the Red Group, but also Madam Jean Cisse. Madam Cisse. It's Madam Cisse.
Oh, that one is Madam Cisse. Yeah, we say Madam Cisse. I would recommend that.
And I have it here, so I can.
Okay, but I want us to make sure we get on the question.
So just in case anyone didn't know who she was the Ghanaian ambassador to the United Nations. She was the first woman president of the UN Security Council and the chairman of the Special Committee Against Apartheid. And she was also the first woman to organize Pan-African Women's Day. So she's extremely powerful. So in front of us we have a question that we're all going to respond to, but I want to know before we do that, is there anybody who wants to take some notes? Because each of the groups are taking notes so that they can report back. Does anybody want to take notes? No, it's only a couple.
She said she read. She's gonna read it.
But I'm going to read it. Does anybody want to take notes?
I will.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just some paper inside your folder. Also, if you want to jot down anything, just paper inside your folder. Okay, so the question is, it's a two-part question, so we'll read both of them, but we'll start with the first one. How do we move from protests, movements, and mobilizations, for instance, the Black Lives Matter movement and other movements formed in response to injustices against our people? How do we move from those protests and movements commitments to creating a vision for building organizations which will affect long-term change for women in our people. It's pretty long, but I'm gonna read that. How do we move from?
That was only one.
That was,
Oh.
She'll give you the question, you don't have to write the
Oh, no, I'm
question.
not. I was just making sure I didn't.
You're taking good notes if you write it down.
And so, how do we move from protests, movements, mobilization to creating a vision for building organizations that will affect long-term change for women and for our people as a whole? So from protests to like building organizations that are going to create long-term change, how do we move from that, from reactionary to proactive to community building? And the second part of the question is, why might this be important? What are some of the possible challenges to creating such a change? So I'm going to pass it around for anybody who doesn't have it, just in case you want to see it to better understand
The question that you just asked would never be leading back to being a leader and leadership when you become to be an entrepreneur. Yes, or you form some type of business or something like that. Would not lead back to what we were just saying, leadership in Black women? No.
I actually agree with that because I think the reactionary role that you described is what keeps us stopping and starting as reaction to whatever injustice occurs in the house. But the real deal is to just organize individually and collectively in our communities, just regular organizing, just regular tutoring, just regular helping kids, just regular helping our sisters and our brothers. That day-to-day action is what will ultimately lead to the liberation that we seek, and its glory kind of way of saying it is not all that deep. Really, it's just a matter of being able to take care of our people in our communities and being committed long-term to that kind of leadership. And so it's not necessarily all sexy. It's just work, day-to-day work.
Well, I just think when you got to build an organization, we have so many organizations that disconnect, because as an original member of Black Panthers, I noticed that when we're had our 12-point plan program that we were utilizing, and we were working as young people, being 13 and 14 years old. I just think that when you respond to injustice against our people, the vision for building organizations, everybody knows that it has to be connected. That means that what you do in your organization needs to come together so we can share. Because as long as you have this disconnect, I got this, I got the answer, I got this, I got that. And so far, always we have not really built this your organizational building. And so I just think that what needs to happen is that the change, and I know the women take the leadership role, but how do you take the leadership role when you don't know how to take it? So education is the key to building this organization. But at the same time, those who are already got all these organizations and they're so disconnected, coming together collectively and talking about it takes a village. All that has been done all of my life is coming out of their mouth, but it hasn't been implemented. And how you implemented that, you got to build that vision. You have to understand it has to be nation building. That's what it has to be, nation building. I've been in so many organizations, in Cobra, Republic of New Africa, worked with Queen Mother Moore. I mean, it's so many organizations, but they still disconnected. As long as it's disconnected, you can't build, there's no organization that you're going to build that's going to maintain this thing. It's just not going to stand.
And I kind of want to make sure we open it up to everybody.
Sorry. So, break it down, you just want to put it in so many words. So, nation building. Nation building. Coming together.
Oh, okay.
The question is, how do we move from protest movement to I agree that we have a lot of organizations. I really don't have a problem allowing them to organization because not each organization answers everyone's needs. It's a mutual situation. So that you may find another organization that answers your need, and then you need to move to have a commitment to build that organization. Now, when you build it, there's always going to be an enemy within and an enemy without that's going to come and try to change that organization, but you have to be committed to a certain amount of principles. So when you build an organization, you have to kind of define what is your objective and which way you're going inside of that organization. Now, I can have an organization. No, what I'm saying is, you have to now come by and come together and join those organizations. That's what I'm saying. And at the same time, whatever it is, inside the APRP, we have something called the African United. Because I'm now setting up from the left to the right. So I don't care what your ideology is, as long as you want to come and fight for your people. So we come together with these different organizations and have different visions. So the objective is to educate. So you can be mobilized, and you can protest, you can tear up, you can do all of that. But if you are not educated inside of that, or you don't have an organization that is moving to educate you, you will move wherever everybody tells you to move. And that's what these protests do. That's why you see them out there tearing up, because they just move. They don't have an objective in that sense. So you have to move to have a vision for an organization, but you have to come to define what that organization is. And since you have so many organizations, and since you are intelligent, it behooves you to study that organization. You cannot study that organization on paper. You can't study the organization being on the outside of it. You have to go and work with that organization to see if it's the one that fits you. And then if it doesn't, move to do another and another. But then the bottom line is you have to come together and African United Front to address our people. That means I work with NBUF, I work with NCOBRA, I work with NWCP, I work with any of those that are moving to work towards our people. I work with the revolutionary organization in Guinea-Bissau, I work with the organization again in South Africa, and others they can sit down and work together. And there are organizations that are doing that. But it's up to you to be intelligent and fight to try to find out where they're at, because they are working.
I saw that you had someone wanted to respond, but you want to give them an opportunity to introduce yourself?
Oh, I really just wanted to say it's about being proactive and instead of waiting on something to happen, just go out in the communities and do it consistently instead of, and then once it does happen, you already been out progressing and making progress in the community, so it won't look so reactionary. So it's just about being consistent with it, like every day, every week, all the time, like, just like how Jehovah's Witnesses are and stuff like that.
Come on now.
That's how you do it.
Always teaching.
Yeah, I was just going to say because, you know, when you talk about nation building and joining organizations, you know, all of that is good, but it's kind of theoretical struggle. The real struggle is day to day, pretty much like what the brother was just saying. It's like, you know, the consistency. And it's not all big and glamorous, and it doesn't necessarily reach to Africa. It's just organizing on your block, being nice to your sister. It's helping your brother, you know, telling somebody about a job. You know, it's real, it's not real radical. It's like just real, as the brother said, consistent love of your people. And so I think we, a lot of times, especially over this arc of our struggle in the United States, we get so caught up in the rhetoric of, you know, revolution and organizing in Africa. And I mean, you know, if you helping to build a well in Africa, cool. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you organize your block club to do that. But the revolution really happens right in your neighborhood with those little
nappy-head kids like me, you taking the time to be with them and do something with them and interact with them because they're seeking.
What you're saying is block by block organization.
They're seeking, supervision. And then when no one comes to supervise them, they just get all wild and erratic, But in reality, they just want a place to be where grown-ups make sure they're safe and that they got some sweets and, treats and whatever they like. But it's not real, I think we spent enough time on our ideological struggle, really. Our struggle needs to get real practical in order to make a difference in the lives of the people. And, all of the glamour of the 60s, people gotta, get with today and, deal with the real of where our young people are and what their needs are and what we can actually do about that. So the focus then leaves whoever we identify as the enemy, because the enemy can't stop us from organizing on our block and with our neighbors and with our sisters and helping our young people showing up at those schools at the end of the day for those kids who are not making the grade. That doesn't have anything to do with any enemy. That has to do with us and whether we decide to build a better community and build better families and act like family. So, it's just, I don't know, for me, after, organizing in the neighborhood for 23 years, I ain't have a whole lot of revolutionaries showing up for after-school tutoring. I had mamas of little girls who couldn't read showing up for after-school tutoring. So the glamour of revolutionary ideology, what you gonna do is what I'm concerned with.
I also think, to also address part of the conversation is that there's an entire movement happening. There's like hundreds and thousands of young people who are taking to the streets. They are protesting and they are marching, and that is the tactics that they picked up from the previous generation. And they're just kind of reenacting things. But like engage those young people who are in the streets, who are really trying to make some kind of change, even though they know.
So, but what I'm saying is that we need an ideology, a set of ideas to guide our thoughts and action. And it do take study. Anything that you really love to care about, you're going to study it. I got a woman, that's my woman. I'm going to study my woman. I know my woman going to be studying me, my kids' spirit. We always study. We study our actions, our thoughts, our movements. We study. So, yeah. So ideology is real important. And we can get out and mobilize. Mobilize is basically short term. A quick fix. I'm coming from spontaneous, I'm coming emotional. Our people jump into action. Coming out of emotion. Police to police. But, organization, some planning, some long term. I'm African. How can you disconnect me from my source, Africa? I know who I am, okay? That's my home. I was born in the United States of America. I'm in hell. It's Babylon. I'm in hell. Right now. I'm just all around me. So I can understand the upset and the anger of the youth today. It's getting worse for our young folks than when I was coming up. So we need to organize. We need to study collectively. Somebody talk about the African United Front. We only 3% of all of our people in any organization. That's 3 out of 100. You want to join the NACP, do it. Join the Nation of Islam, do it. Join something. Block Club, NACP, do it. Do it. Find some African organization that you can join. We need a African United Front. But if our people if we had 67% of our people in our organization, we would be moving. I'm talking about Black Lives Matter, they want to just deal with that, but that's that's a short term, that's a protest. We're talking about this, man, we need a drastic change, a fundamental change of this system. We need a little bitty change. That ain't giving me no little bitty, he putting a whip on me. Yeah. Put your whips on me. We shooting people down in the street. I got my hands up, look, I got my hands up. I wave the white flag, you still blow my brain out. You the wrong color, man. Boom. You can't even surrender no more. And you talking about we just need a little change? I need to put a little flower down. We need drastic change in our system. So what I'm saying is mobilization is good, but organization is what we really need. You need mobilization to get organization, get people in organizations that really want to move forward.
I don't think we need to be afraid. Oh, I'm sorry.
We should then come back to the other opinions after we hear from everybody, and then go back to responding. This brother, he's the only one that's not going to. And then I do think we are.
She just called me and she kept facilitating. We can help her in that sense of making sure everybody's speaking.
Yeah.
So if you haven't spoken, there's no problem. We'll let you speak.
I haven't spoken, and I didn't have anything in particular to add. I'm still struggling
with the question.
How do we move from protest movements to creating a vision for building organizations? Is it about creating a vision? Is that the goal, at the end goal of this question? Like how do we move from that to creating a vision versus building an organization? Is the vision the main thing in this question? That's my first question, and then I got something to say about that. Yes.
It's a directive. Towards organization.
Right. So the question is, how do we come up with this vision? Like, what's the vision?
What's the vision of you seeing? Can you build an organization?
In terms of that, I mean, I think about this, the whole, this conference, right? Being about the African woman. And then I think about, okay, when we think about Black people and our struggle for liberation, that's always the thing, like vision, right? Because we talk about unity, and in terms of how we move forward to change our situation, there's like different visions. Some people think we should do this, some people think we should do that, some people think we should do that. There's no unity of vision. So there's a question as to how do we get to like unity of vision or something. And until we have that, like, I don't know how we can move forward with respect to this day, this event about the African woman, right? I thought about, like, we talking about like Black History Month, right? It's Black History Week. Black History Month. It should be Black History every day. It should be Black History Art. It should be all the time. Same thing, right? The Black woman, right? She should be at the forefront all the time, perhaps, right? It shouldn't be like just a time. So when we talk about the vision of liberating Black people, changing our situation all over the planet, it should be about that. It should be a way of, right. I mean, and let's be speaking from that perspective, it's going to be the same situation. So everything is coming from that perspective.
And after you finish, we could also start to explore the challenges to.
So we shouldn't be afraid of certain terminology. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't be afraid of the word revolution. We shouldn't be afraid of the word revolutionary. There's nothing big making you look like you're tougher than anybody else. And we understand revolution means change. Right? And it means how you bring about that change. You can bring about that change not blah, or you can bring about that change in a larger way. Malcolm had a vision. The Nation of Islam had a vision. So each one of them had a vision, and that vision was to change things. And they sit down and work that vision. When the Nation of Islam failed, they had a vision to rebuild. You know how they started? In the basement of 39th and the Center for Inner City Studies. And they moved to start organizing so small that that's where they started at. And then they depended on other organizations to help them move to build even larger. So that's a vision, and they shouldn't be afraid of it. Our person that we're looking at, Madam Cece, Secretary had a vision. He was 21 years old or something like that. He was the president of the country that Madam Cece come from. They were tired of being oppressed. So the vision was, how do we kick the French out? How do we get them out of here, right? So they started working with small little movements. Those movements led to organizations. Those organizations were labor movements and things like that. And to the point that they built an organization called the Democratic Party of Guinea that kicked the French out. And when the French left, they took everything, even the light bulbs. But that didn't stop that vision. They continued to build. So the vision is how we move from one point to the next and continue to see each other. Be it we teaching in somebody's school, be it we helping with whatever. This sister mentioned that the youth are out here in the street. The youth has always been out in the street. They were in the street in South Africa, they was in the street in the 60s, but what they had in the 60s was an organization to connect to. And those are the organizations that represented them and brought about the civil rights movement. My sister, I love her. She said she wasn't going to give up. She wasn't going to get off the back of that bus, but she wasn't by herself. She was with an organization that moved to support her. So the important thing is that we can move to say Black Lives Matter, but are they still killing us? Are they still killing these babies out in the street? Are they still hanging us in jail? We hit the street every day talking about Black Lives Matter, but we haven't moved to an organization to say that we are going to shut this system down economically. And that means we ain't buying from you. It's the same way they did in the 60s. They walked until they moved to say that they hit the economic system of the South to say that you no longer, I'm going clean house, but I ain't riding your bus. Until they hit that as an organization, that they listen to them. We can move around here and protest on this and protest on that. But if we don't move and say we're going to hit this system where it really hurts under capitalism, under where they're hitting their pocket at, they're going to continue to kill us in the street. I got a son every day he leave the house. I pray. If the police say anything, say yes, sir. Every day. I got a daughter down in school. She's protesting also. They ain't going anywhere until you are in an organization. So the vision is, for me, how do we move our youth that's in these universities, that's on these streets, from just marching and talking about tearing up Black Lives Matter towards something that's going to really move to say, we're going to shut you down. We're going to have better schools. We're going to have better this. And that's until we say no longer. Right? So don't be afraid of revolution. Don't let that stop you. Don't be afraid of capitalism. You educate. You in schools. Don't be afraid of none of those. And then now we have people going to school, but they don't even come back to the community to feed anybody. They moving someplace else. So we got to now tell you, what are you in the school for? They hit the streets in the 60s for you to get this high education, for this beautiful school here. But when you leave this school, all you want to do is how much money you going to make. You're not talking about how you're coming back to your community. You're not talking about none of that. So, but if you're in an organization moving for that, that's what we move to educate and making sure. So I'm not afraid of it. I've cleaned, I've fed kids in school, I've combed their naughty hair, I've moved them towards school, but at the same time I've traveled all over to make sure that we move to educate our people. And you have to sit down sometime and take the slow road. And the slow road is to educate yourself so that you don't move out here and run behind anything. Because you're protesting like they did in the 60s. But then in the 60s they had organizations all around that they can run to.
But the misconception is that the Black Lives Matter movement is just a group of students or young people, but they are a part of organizations. Black Lives Matter is an organization, and it's also comprised of multiple youth from different organizations. So the organizational piece is there. They're moving like the Black Youth Project is an organization.
It's a national declaration of protest movement.
I think that they all have, just like SCLC,
it's not just no
they had
young
separate
people
ideas
doing
about
Black Lives Matter. I was on the freeway too with them. So it ain't got nothing to do with just no teenager. This, the president of Black Lives Matter in Ferguson is from Milwaukee. His name is Dr. Biko Baker. And what he did, what he does, what they're saying is the disconnect with the older people like us. I'm always apologizing because what's going on with them is they're reaching out. You go in the classroom, you got white women 21 and 22 years old. From K through 8th grade, and I've been teaching for 38 years, I take babies that don't nobody want, in particular black males. And I graduate 100% because I teach them who they are. And what I'm saying to you is this here. Here's what they say. Here's what the young folks say. in the Black Lives Matter stuff. Black life ain't never married in this country. That's why we are doing a series and having the young folk, everybody come to show them that it goes from the beginning. Black life ain't never mattered here. So this is not a new thing going on. This year they just picking up from where it left off. And what they're saying to me on a daily basis, because I have them, if you don't get our babies from K through 8th grade, and then you run to these colleges, yeah, I got a doctor's degree, but guess where I'm at? I'm in the classroom because I don't want them, young folks like you all, I don't want you to ever say I left you in the hands of somebody else, where the nurturing takes place from K through 8th grade, and then you get up in the college tomorrow, they don't want to know nothing about their black. I won't either when I've been conditioned, the Eurocentric ideology, when I've been conditioned, and then you see, this is why the violence is so heavy now. It's because I can look at you, they can look at me, I mean not me, but they'll look at the average older person and they say, they don't even know the older person because the disconnect is there. There's an intergenerational gap going, and it's really our fault because we fail you all. We fail you all because when I was coming up, the whole community had our back. You all don't even have a community. So this is what I'm talking about. So what they're saying is to me on a daily basis, you all don't care. When are you going to get up and take us back? See, this is what's wrong. What they're saying that this generation here, my generation, that's what I'm talking about. And that's why they're saying that the disconnect will continue as long as we get up and help them and then educate them and tell them who they are. Because a 21 and 20-year-old white woman can't tell them who they are. They come from, but that's the teachers today. That is the teachers today. And that's who they're putting out the School of Education. They thought it was the white male, but the nurturing takes place with the females. And they're bonded with somebody that don't even look like us. And as a matter of fact, they're going to think, I would think that too, since you're not in the classroom. So I'm not leaving them in the classroom in the hands of somebody, but I'm only one person.
So where are the teachers coming from?
They're coming from out of the School of Education, and a black male in the School of Education, he has to be 40 times better than anybody else in the School of Education. Because what we need really in the classroom is a lot of black males. That's what we need, because they turn them into wearing pink and wearing all them colors, and then you go to jail and that's what they put them on, pink shirts and pink drawers and pink socks and everything, because they turn them into. And what I'm saying to you is this here, everybody, these folks who call themselves grassroots organized, they know what's wrong. And the thing about it is it's going to require us to do some work. Because when they took the community away, they got the mothers right here and the fathers right here with their children. You can't even holler at your child. It's called mental abuse. And you can get a $500 ticket to a $1,000 ticket, sometimes $5,000 ticket. And see, what I'm saying is, when they broke up the community, every time we build a community, they tear it down. So these young folks, and these here young folks who went to college, many of them have doctor's degrees, just out here Black Lives Matter, and they're the ones who running Black Lives Matter. And come out tearing up. No, they didn't win and tear up something. You got people in the midst, just like you said. These here folks that in Black Lives Matter, most of them ain't told nothing. That wasn't them. You notice all them little white kids up in there in that Black Lives Matter. See, that's to deter us, to make us think that we really matter to them. See, you got to understand, they got infiltrated people that's sitting up in here. You know, you have them. And that's what I'm saying is, these young folks know what they're talking about. These young adults know what they're talking about. That's why it's so easy to walk up and rob you and blow your brains out, because they don't even know you because you left them. You understand? That's the disconnect. And we know what it is. We sit here, we can talk to the cows come home, but we have been irresponsible to you all. I'm just telling you the way it is. Come on, stop talking, that's the way it is. We have failed you. That's what we have.
Because it's like you said, you lead the community.
We don't have no power.
What she said,
we don't have our
the Europeans that's in the Black Lives Matter, it's no different than what they was doing in the 60s with SNCC. They were all up in this SNCC, and that's why they left.
And the only difference is now is because of social media, everything is out there. But like you say,
you know, this is what's been happening. We had just celebrated Emmett Till. It's been happening. They've been killing us for years. But now it's just social media is telling us every day what's been happening and what's going on. Is that we can go all the way back to Nat Turner. We've had those of us within our communities and organizations that's turned us in. You know, they go to somebody else because it's better there. So we have to be careful about who we're dealing with and who we're working with. And that's the dangerous part because we don't know who's sitting beside us.
That's what I said, cause you got an African dress on, you got this hair, don't mean that you just in skin color, so don't be real.
And I just want to make sure that anybody, we answer the question, but if you have some extra points that you want to make before we close up, anybody who has last remarks? Just a short snippet, right?
I think the youth, we need to tell them what the truth is and what it is, because the lies that we've been told and how we view white people and others, we have to combat that stronger or just as equally with what they told us. And the youth are ready, like that's why they out here acting like they act. They just have no direction with what they're doing.
Plus, ain't no movement been started by no old folks. No movement has been started by no old folks. It's always been started by young folks. Get over it, it has. And they entitled to make mistakes, just like the one before and the one before. And you look at what they did and you don't repeat the same thing. You try to make it better and move on.
In response to that, it seems like a lot of people talking about like education is the key in terms of education.
The real education.
Right, the real
I'm talking about
education.
the real one.
And when you talk about like trying to do that, is that like, I mean, you're doing it like in a formal structure that already exists, right? And they constantly every day trying to tear that down, right?
Right, and because I leave my door open on the 3. Yeah, that's true.
And getting black men out of the schools.
And I work for a black man.
Right. So I'm saying, so how do we continue to try to use education in that way, or in some kind of informal kind of way, or some other way?
But you know, Elijah Muhammad said, you know, you have to go to do it yourself.
Right, right. Your own school.
Yeah, you got to do it for ourselves.
I do it through music. Yeah. I know music is powerful, and that's a lot of the reason why they act the way they act too, because the messages and and they grew up off of that. Because like you say,
Are we black Americans? Color,
to me, ain't no such
you talking about what, or we just Africans or whatever? I mean, even the identity question, it's identity crisis, right?
Black African melanated being.
Identity crisis. Some people say I'm a black Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I'm American. I'm a black American, man. Red, white, and blue forever. You know, what's that guy's name?
I don't know if it does.
Republican guy running.
Like I said.
Trump, yeah, Donald Trump is the answer, man. I'm a black American.
And I think that was one of the challenges we put down, because the second part of the question is the challenges, which we've talked about a lot. I think most of the conversation is
and the challenge is economics too. That's it. Because you take the moms and the Laotians, they bring their products in, all the weaves and all the hair. They bring all that stuff in because they can. They're robbing our country. We have to have a visa and a passport to go to our country, and they're still robbing our country. So we can't go and bring nothing back wholesale, and we don't have these here wholesale places. So we charge, even if we charge more black folks, I ain't going there no more because they charge too much money. But then you don't have all this bulk where you can bring in things. So and that's the only way you're going to maintain. Economically, here's what we're going to do in Milwaukee. We're going to, on Christmas, Isthmus, what we're going to do is we're going to have a black Christmas. We're not going to shop. And then that Black Friday where black folks running, beating on folks and killing folks and stabbing folks and shooting folks, we're going to have a white Friday. Which means that white means we're not going to shop. If there's anybody white shop, that's the only one going to shop with white folks. So that's what we're going to do. I don't do it anyway, but that's what we do. Economic is the key. Economic is the key. Economic.
Make an announcement. Should anyone know that the African Festival of Arts is coming up next weekend?
And don't forget, you gotta get it economic. Can't give this country is nothing but business. That's all it is.
I go. Okay, so thank you all for energy in this breakout sessions. But as we wrap up and get back to the general forum and coming wrap up, we wanted to announce that the AWIU is having a raffle. We're raffling off 2 tickets to the African Festival of the Arts coming up next weekend in Washington Park. The tickets are $2, and we will announce the winner at the end of the day today. So there are several people that are walking around with tickets looking like this, including myself. If anyone is interested in supporting and buying raffle tickets, they're 2 for $1 and 3 for $5. And just so you know, that individual tickets at the door at the African Festival of the Arts are $20 a piece. So you can spend $2 or $5 and potentially get $40 worth of tickets to the African Festival of the Arts. So anyone interested, grab myself, grab Rakina, and there are also some available outside at the tables right outside the door. Thank you. Also, someone has left the phone. What type of phone? It's a white LG phone with this light blue case. So I don't know if anyone has left their phone here. But if so, please come and claim it.
Okay. So I think we can begin. There are several people outside. Can someone ask the people that are out in the hallway to come in so that we can have our wrap-up discussion before our cultural program begins? Make sure and stay for our cultural program. It's going to be really, really great. We have some entertainment, edutainment. Tamara. I think I figured it out. Okay, so now I just want to show, I wanted to show the questions one at a time. Do I only have 3 questions here? Where's the 4th one? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I think, and this one, I think it's question number 3. Oops. Question number 3. Hang on a second. I can make question number 2. Yeah, I have question number 3. It's here. Let me just copy and I'm copying and pasting from my email. Okay, so then here is the question. Okay. Oops. There it is. Okay, now. Okay, so I think I have all the questions. And okay, I wish I could just not show. Let me just move. Yeah, I'm just going to show one at a time. And perhaps I need to make this a little bigger, the font a little bigger. Okay. So who had the first question? I can't remember the colors of the folders. What was the first? The first question was about mobilization, organization. Who was in that group? Okay, so hang on a second. I need to turn this on so that it shows there because I want everyone to see the question. How do I turn that on? He turned it off. So, pardon me? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's coming on.
Okay, so I'll read the question. The first question in the first group had conversation. The question was, how do we move from protest movements / mobilization, such as Black Lives Matter and other movements formed in response to injustices against our people, to creating a vision for building organizations which will effect long-term change for women and for our people as a whole? Why might this be important, and what are some possible challenges in this effort? So we have someone ready to present what his group talked about. What is your name, brother? Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Brother Freeman. I'm from Chicago.
Thank you.
We need to organize regularly and daily, take care of our people and be committed, because it takes day-to-day work. The organizations need to be connected, and education is the key, and we can come together collectively to build a village, nation building. Organization doesn't fit everyone's needs, and join the organizations for one collective. Without education, the movement will be in chaos. Study the organizations by working with them to build an African United Front. Stay productive and consistent. Consistent love for our people. Block by block organizing. Proactivity and get with the youth and where they are today. in this day and time. The enemy can't stop us from uniting and building our communities. Get the plan and objective out there. We shouldn't get caught up in our differences. Stick with the objectives and plant seeds, and there has to be a plan. Politically, we need an ideology, and we need to study. We need small and drastic change. Our ways of life, and we shouldn't be afraid of revolution and the words that's powerful like that. We have to have a vision, and we just need to teach our babies and have more black role models and teachers.
Thank you, brother. Anyone else from that group want to add anything, or anyone from the larger group have any questions? So we were hoping, and I didn't say this in the beginning, that we could have copies of those notes so that we could send them out to everyone who signed up. Hopefully we have all of your email addresses so that you can have a copy. And next year, when we have Pan-African Women's Day again, hopefully you will all be here and we can revisit some of these things and see how we move forward as a people. So thank you, brother. So moving down, this question is a little bit long. I'm going to make the font bigger, so bear with me. Okay, so the question, who's representing group 2 about women and leadership? Okay, so the question is, why is it important for women to assume leadership roles, and what might be the impact of having more women as leaders within our movement? What are some of the factors, for example, systemic, organizational, personal, etc., which may obstruct women from assuming leadership roles, and how can we overcome them? Okay, I think that was a little bit of an error. Part of the third question got in there. Is that the full question? Was that the full question? Do you have the card?
Yeah, pretty much in retrospect, that is the question. I'm Tamara with the AAPRP. And we kind of took the question in our group from the perspective of focusing on the problem and then kind of going in with solutions, as that's very important. Some of the problems as to why the first part of the question, which was why it's important for women to assume leadership roles and what might be the impact as women leaders within our movement. Tying in first, some of the impediments may be things such as family obligations, financial, cyclical dysfunction, imbalances of responsibilities, less values on gender roles. And tying into that, why it's important for women to assume leadership roles include it creates a sense of peace of mind, as well as it sets an example for the generation ahead. It breaks the cycle, and you want to do it. It's important because you want to make a difference. Also, going on to some of the solutions kind of ties to the second part of the question, as far as what are some of the factors, systemic, organizational, personal, which may obstruct women from assuming leadership roles. We touched on things such as with a plethora of responsibility. You may have like childcare. One of the members of the group was saying you want to focus at a presentation, but you have children. And we were saying, like, within our group in the AAPRP, one of the solutions we came up with that is with the Young Pioneers Institute, which is our childcare. It's our young adult branch of the AAPRP and AAWRU, where it creates kind of a socialist mindset. So if it's a group of 20 people that want to focus on the presentation, it's a lot less of a sacrifice to have one person to focus on the children while the other 19 get to focus on the group, the information at hand, and then you kind of rotate that. So that person the next time gets to be a part of the group and someone else is focusing on the children. Also, eradicating gender roles. Another team member within our group was just saying the work should be for whomever's available and who have the time. One sister was saying, like, it's equal roles. She was saying with her husband, it may be a case where he may make a dish better than her, and so she'll just say, hey honey, can you make that dish, because you make it really well, instead of it just being an assumption that the women will cook. Collaboration is very important too, as far as overcoming and having a more socialist mindset. Like if within the group there's already a doctor, everybody else in the group doesn't necessarily need to go to school to become a doctor of the same thing. You can kind of work with the doctor in the group, or if one person interior designer, you don't need everybody going to school to do the same thing when you have that within the group. Or if I buy a set of encyclopedias and maybe other people within a circle or the community can't afford them, you can share those within a group just like they do at the library. Also, placing value on what you already have. Like if you do have someone with a talent, maybe an editor, you don't have to go away to Michigan to find the lady that edited Oprah's last book, just so that you can have that prestige when you have someone right within your group that have that talent already. Also, praise and leadership. So when women are in leadership, praising it. An example I had given was that, like, I saw something on social media where it was saying that Delta had the first all black staff as far as like the pilot, the co-pilot, and the whole crew. Those are the type of things we want to spread the word on. Instead of women fighting on social media, you want to spread the word on an all black pilot crew. Also encouraging men to help and to get more involved in the process, and then also a social revolution occurring was mentioned. Also, one of the youth in our group, she was mentioning the importance of positive pushing, creating to create effective male role model, female role modelship, role models, basically building one another up as women and not tearing each other down, and then role shift genders within the community. And you know, we just had a lot of plethora of ideas that we kind of had in the group, but these were a few of the highlights. And so,
thank you. So anyone else from the group want to add anything to what the sister said, or any questions from the general group on that question? Yes. Thank you for coming. Can you speak a little louder? Okay, I think I'm going to ask you, sister, do you mind, can someone, or can the mic move? Because I think that people can't hear you in the back, probably. If you don't mind going to the mic. Thank you. Okay.
What I was saying is that the solutions for a person and a group of people and a nation are kind of different, and nations are comprised of communities, and communities are comprised of individuals. So I think that sometimes when we look for solutions, you have to be pragmatic, practical, because you're limited funding in terms of monies and resources. But if you, as an individual, live in a certain neighborhood and you start a healing initiative for women and you put it out there on your block, just start with your block, and you start a healing circle with women where you have elder women present, because it's important that we have our elder women present and have them involved, because when you look at the dynamics of what's happening in the community, when you do social studies, there's a gap of about 3 generations in terms of passing on the knowledge and culture of the African American, the real culture of the African American, like the kinship care system. That's an African American culture. So we need to start forming healing initiatives with women, because you cannot transmit what you don't have. A lot of our women, even though they are very interested maybe in doing some things on a political, social, whatever level, it starts with you, and you must be the example. So that means that we have to have women that are willing to lead within their small groups. It could be on their block, because sometimes if you ask somebody to go to this event and do this event and organize all these things, they may feel overwhelmed. They may not feel confident that they can do it or be successful. So I just think we have to be pragmatic in how we begin to address the problem. We have to go to basics. And basic right now, we have to recreate a sense of family, which may not be organic, meaning that your family may be the people that are around you, because maybe your nuclear family or your blood family is dysfunctional. So you begin to build bridges with women who are of same mind, and you create an external family, and then from there you go to the community, and then it grows into the nation.
Thank you, sister. That's something that we talked about in the group that I was in, starting with where you are and the people that you're with, your family, for example. So I was a part of group 3, and I'm going to pull up the question, and I'd like the sister Phyllis to come up. So the question is, why do we say all African lives matter instead of Black lives matter? How do we connect our struggle as women in the U.S. with other African women globally, and why does this matter?
Okay. Why do we say all African lives matter instead of Black lives? We say all African lives matter instead of Black lives is because we recognize that we are an African people, and that no matter where we are in the world, we recognize that we are one people, because we share and we connect and struggle with similar issues, whether it be locally, nationally, or globally. We all connect with these issues. Also, by using the term separately, it makes it seem as if we're two separate people, and African lives and Black lives, we're all one. And by using the term separately, we continue to disconnect ourselves and divide ourselves, as not recognizing that we are all an African people, one race.
For the second part of the question, we mentioned that in America, Black women are seen as the lowest, whether it's like pay grade or how we're treated, and also in many African countries, would it be in patriarchal, most African women are like seen to be at the bottom of the hierarchy in society. So we kind of made a connection there with how we're treated, how us African women are treated in America and how we're treated in Africa. And also for action plans that we thought of all together, we thought with the African Lives Matter and the Black Lives Matter that there should be more teachings for the young and for the youth and for the older generation, to teach them that we're not different, that we're all the same thing. Because one of the examples that we were given in the group, one of our youth told us that her mom would say something, oh, don't go with the African, and then her friend who is African would say, their mom would say, oh, don't go with the African American. But it's just like we need to understand we're all one. There's no difference between us, so I don't really know why there's such a disconnect and where the disconnect came from. So having like programs like that will bring us together. And also a website called www.canvas.net. It has a lot of teaching about like African issues, and also the youth that brought that to our attention said that there's many people, like people from Zimbabwe all the way to people from London, who are connected, and it's free too. It's like a course that you can take. They'll teach you more about Africa and how to be one, like African American and African. So that's some action plans that we brought up. Oh, www.canvas.net. Canvas.net. Canvas.net.
I'm told we need to go to the next question and not entertain any more discussion after the questions for now. So, because we want to get our entertainment. So looking at this last question, I think it's a bit similar to the women in leadership roles, but it's a little bit different. And the question reads, how can women support each other and remain committed and motivated in our continued struggle for freedom, human rights, and Pan-Africanism when we have so many competing responsibilities, life challenges, stressors, and other factors draining our energies daily? And that's it. Sorry.
So my name is Tiana. I'm with AAPRP. Our recorder actually left, so I'm going to try to do our group some justice. One of the things that I've heard as far as motivating and supporting, we know women, they're at the forefront, whether they're in their neighborhoods. So I learned about a group of mothers in a neighborhood within Chicago who are posted up at the block, trying to kind of mitigate some of the conflict or whatever in their neighborhoods. And then looking at Sisters Seble, did I say that right? Sebles, with the Eritrea struggle, like how do they remain committed and motivated? Some of the things that we talked about are the need for institutions, our own institutions, to teach more about our history. We talked about, a couple years back, probably when the party started, this idea of Saturday schools, women being able to come together, talk about their issues. There's also a Sunday school, children's school every Sunday in Milwaukee that has a Pan-African curriculum. So having our own institutions to help support one another, really learning about the history. So one of the questions that I asked is, right now, why are you committed? Because of the righteousness of the struggle. This need, this obligation that we know that things aren't correct. And so not being able to really sleep, or, it's not good in our soul of where African people are right now. So that's one of the motivators to continue doing the work. Anything else? Yes.
I was going to say, one of the solutions, what I'm starting in my family is like a lot of the life challenges, stressors, and other factors draining our energies daily. The elder sisters know the answer to eliminate some of those problems. So what we're doing, we're trying to do is have a retreat where we sit and talk to the young women that's young and having babies, because I'm 62 now. When I was young, I was kind of like in the dark. I hit 42, I knew the answers to a lot of this stuff. Then I hit 62, I really know. So I could, I'm still growing, but we can help them. Even if we don't have money, we could tell them how to get over on some of that stuff, because we've been through it before, several times.
Yes.
And that helps. Like if we can, with some organizations, if we know that our people have immediate needs, they need childcare, they need this and they need that. If we are able to help mitigate some of those needs, then maybe that will encourage them to join an organization, stay committed, and be around groups of women, especially women, and a strong support system. So, anything else? Want to make sure I do justice. All right.
Thank you. So, and please give yourselves all a hand for wonderful discussions in your group, and especially coming up with action plans. We want to make sure that we get that out to all of you. So if you were a recorder in a group, please make sure and leave your notes at the desk where you checked in so that we can put that together and send it out to people. So make sure we have your email addresses so that we can send that out to you. And again, it's not an end. Our struggle is continuing. These are things that we will be looking at as an organization, and we hope to come back together with you next year and continue in this process. And not only next year, but in between now and next year, we hope to have other events, and we hope that you will consider joining our organization, because one of the things when I looked at the question, organization versus mobilization, that we really need organizations. We have to stop just dealing with reacting to issues and reacting to situations where our people are being oppressed, and we have to build organizations so that we can end all of that. So thank you all. I think we're going to transition to the other part of the program.
Greetings, everyone. So good to see you here today. I hadn't planned to do any talking, but I thought that this particular part of the program, I needed to do it. Something special, right? Actually, this is a presentation of our annual Pan-African Women's Day Award. And it is going to a sister who has been in this community for a long time. I've known her since she was just barely out of her teens, and she's a grandmother now. This sister has been working in the community, and she's being awarded because she has been doing work all the time in a leadership way that we don't often recognize. We think of leaders as those people who can speak well, those people who shout, and those people who make a lot of noise. Leadership is really about action. On our board in the back, we have some quotes. When you pass by, you see some of those leaders. Look at some of those quotes that we use talking about leadership. And leaders are surely humble because they understand that they represent the people and they are working for the people. And the sister who is receiving this award today is typical of that. Sister Zakia Williams, please come to the front. Like I said, she's been around a long time. No matter how good she looks, she's still been around here a long time. And even coming today, she has some things to present. As I said, she's a grandmother, she's a mother, grandmother, she's a loving wife. Last year, she was celebrating her wedding anniversary on the day that we had the Pan-African Women's Day program. Guess what she did? She came over that day and helped us set up before she went to dinner with her husband. That's how dedicated she is. This morning, the sister went on a walk for sickle cell anemia. That's how dedicated she is. So she's a teacher. She's a retired teacher. She worked for the Chicago Public Schools for years in elementary education and special education. She has a dedication to youth by working with the Betty Shabazz School and having worked with New Concept Development Center and helping that institution to develop. She works with the Kemetic Institute. She's with the ASCAC. How many organizations are you with, sister? And notice something.
That's okay.
That's what I thought. Also notice that she has been a member of an organization like those who were in the purple section. Queen Mother Moore, she was in organizations for 77 years. This sister's going to beat that, I think. But the important things, they realized that to get work done and to really exercise leadership, it meant being part of an organization. And she is a part of many organizations. So we're presenting this award to her today. This is the Pan-African Women's Day Award presented to Zakia Williams in recognition of her dedicated and selfless service in sustaining institutions in the African community of Chicago, August 29th, 2015. Sister Zakia. Please have some words. Also, she's got some information. If she hasn't passed it out already, she'll be passing it out to you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to my family, my husband in particular, who we just celebrated 43 years of marriage, August 20th of this year. And without his support, I couldn't do the things that I do. And I have my son here, one of my grandchildren, and two of my a great niece, a great nephew, and a niece-in-law here to support me today. Thank you. Talking about institutions, as she said, I did the sickle cell walk this morning, and on September 19th, we're doing the United Negro College Fund Walk for Education. And I have been able to get a sponsor, so I have 10 registrations, free registrations that I'm offering to 10 of you today if you are interested in walking on September 19th. Thank you very much, and thank you for this.
Several of you purchased, took part in the raffle for African Fest tickets, and I'm going to have our awardee to select the names, the numbers, and we can call them out so we can present these tickets and let you have a good time next week.
Okay, last week I was at the Universal Negro Improvement and African Communities League convention, and I pulled for the door prize. I pulled my husband's name. So I have nothing up my sleeve. The number is 066. Jeanette. Right. Congratulations. Okay, one more time.
Thank you, sister. Thank you.
061. 061. Really?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
This is for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joy, you want to proceed with the cultural section? Yes. Thank you very much.
Can we give that sister another round of applause? Actually, another comrade of ours attended that UNIA convention, and she was sharing with me a conversation she had about just girls. There was a set of girls that she had been mentoring, her daughter included, and they were photographers. And so much like the Starfish girls who were taking photos, they are very skilled photographers and videographers. And this person from the UNIA was sharing with her that she needed to celebrate that. And it was so funny because she said, you know, it's just what they do for fun, you know. And she hadn't, the thought hadn't occurred to her to celebrate something that they just do. But we do have to recognize when our children, when our girls, when our people, when our sisters are doing something extraordinary. And someone who has been a major part of so many organizations that have had such a great impact needs to be celebrated. And we should always be applauding our sisters when they're doing something that is so revolutionary in that respect. So now that we've had a chance to do some learning, we've learned some more about the Eritrean struggle, and we've had a chance to do some reflection and discussion about which way forward to promote the leadership of our sisters. Now it's time to have a little bit of fun. So we're going to bring our sister, her name is Authentic, and she will be performing spoken word for us.
Yo, give it up for the Most High God Creator for bringing us out here. How long do I have? Sister Joy? Joy, can you tell me my time? Okay, just tell me if I'm going too long. Let's just do that. I'm sorry, what you say, sis? Well, thank you. I wrote it for my oppressor. So, 15, okay, cool. So, Mama Cha told me to come here today to speak about, to do some poems and to speak about my stay in Ghana. I recently got back from Ghana, right? And I went as a study abroad program with Chicago State University. So, y'all make some noise for Chicago State one time, yes. And so I went to Ghana to teach poetry and creative writing, and to youth in Ghana who were less fortunate, and they didn't have the resources, the books, kind of like what we don't have in our public schools, right? Just a little worse, right? And so I stayed there for a month and a half, and it was long enough to get the romanticized version of Africa, to love it, to hate it, and then to love it again, to understand why you hated it, and then love it again, right? And so I got the oppressed version of it, and I got the conscious version of it, right? And I think that was so dope. And what I understood was that we are all literally like one people, just in different places, like literally. So I thought that was dope. When I first got there, I got off the plane, and my professor, he said, "Look, there go the police," right? And so it was this sister, and she ain't have no gun, she ain't had no bully club, she ain't had nothing, like no cuffs. I'm like, all she had was a badge that said police, right? So I'm like, she the police, where's her gun? And so my professor say, well, why would you want to kill your brother? why would you want a gun? So I'm like, dang, why do we want to kill? Why should they have a gun, right? So I said, well, what happens if something happens and she's like chasing somebody resisting arrest or something? And he said, well, it's up to the community to help her take the brother down or the sister down who's resisting, who's bringing harm to the whole community. And I thought that was just such a dope concept. I'm like, Dad. And it was the first time I ever seen black people on money. It was crazy. It was like who are these black people on money? So it was a dope experience. So in talking about Africa, I'm also going to talk about the black woman, right? And so what I learned is I'm doing poetry for my people, specifically my sisters. One, because I am a sister, right? And I'd be crazy not to be on my own side, right? And specifically doing poetry for my people is because I'm a black person, and I'd be crazy not to be on my own side, right? So this one poem, I learned that we have to be able to do two things when we talking to our sisters, right? Not black women. When I say our sisters, I mean black women, but I don't say when we talking to black women, I say when I'm talking to my sisters, right? When we talking to our sisters, we got to do two things. We got to, one, inspire, and two, hold each other accountable, right? So this first piece, I want to hold us accountable, and then the second piece, I'll inspire. and then that'll probably be my time. All right? All right. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. And she awakened, rising from wet sheets and empty condom wrappers. Yesterday's breath on her titties, the smell of children playing hide-go-seek on her tongue, her earth still drizzling after last night's storm. You could smell the floods that stopped up sewers after she plunged, after she dushed, after last night. She became closer to earth because she realized she was closer to earth than most. One foot in heaven, the other in hell, and earth stood boldly in between, graffiti on her walls, names smeared. If her walls can talk, they'll tell tales of nameless children, their faces hanging in her frame after being aborted. You know, she could relate to nature on earth because of the nature of her earth. The earth, polluted. Gases inhaled into nostrils, suffocating brain cells. She walks on top of empty wrappers. She know what it feels like to sit on top of an empty wrapper. Hey sis, you can't clean the planet until you clean your vagina. Streets and gangways smells of piss, and he's pissed because he can smell her coming, and she can feel his remains in her stomach, battling another niggas from a couple of nights ago, and garbage trucks don't pick up the spirits that broken dudes drop off. They say she's moody. When in reality, she's overpopulated. Too many peasants turned her garden into ghettos in Ghana, without running water or toilets to flush, unfiltered, like her sex life. They say she's cursed. Ever since Eve ate the apple, Mother Earth only bears tainted fruit. GMO and pesticides packaged and sold to malnourished men. The fruit don't fall that far from the tree. She's an alien. Ain't no university to teach her about the universe, drowning in her Victoria's Secrets. No protesters demanding that men quit littering inside of her. There are spirits on those condoms searching for a womb to settle in, and she wonder why she never feels settled in. She feels different. She slept with heathens and woke up with demons. She's no different from the earth. And we ain't no different from the men that she knows. We leave garbage on Earth's surface just like they leave garbage on her Earth's cervix, a vicious cycle. Blood on the hand of men digging diamonds from her womb, her cycle continues. When she squirts, he drinks contaminated water. Her well never runs dry. Atlantic Ocean between her thighs. He could see the reflection of men that jumped overboard to escape her chains, and we think it's nothing. Who cares anyway? As the earth crumbles, as our sister Earth crumbles right before our eyes. And God said, let there be some light. I teach a all-girls program on the west side of Chicago. I don't know how familiar with you guys are with Mama Brenda Matthews. She was one of our hero poets, and she passed, and I took on her program, and it's an all-teenage girl program. And what I learned is when we're talking to these young black sisters, right, they really don't know. They sincerely don't know. They really don't. And they got this thing where if he likes me, then I'm this, then I'm something, right? If I can sleep with him, then I'm something. If he accepts me, then I am something. And then when you take him out of the picture, you don't even know what you are. You don't know who you are. You don't know why you're here. You don't know, you know what I'm saying, what you're here to do, right? And so when I teach these girls, it's so empowering to me because I see myself in them, right? So I see a time when I felt like if he didn't like me, I wasn't really good enough. Or if this wasn't that, then I wasn't really good enough. And so when I talk to them, it's empowering to me. So I wrote that piece a lot for them. And this piece as well, the second piece I'm going to do. And I think this is the last piece. I think I did my 15 minutes talking. So here's my poem. Call me Trick. Whore, hoe, slut, dyke, butch, a tomboy, a runner, a buster, your crazy baby's mother, fat, obese, chubby, skinny, and the rest of you ugly, thick chick, trick, tramp, and prostitute. stare in awe, amazed at hips that spread centuries to transport gods from heaven to earth. See my full-figure lips. You know, the last person that used them said, let there be light, so naturally I'm a divine spitter. I walk streets of gold, I'll turn Chicago into glitter. I am a woman, a black woman. Before Jesus died on the cross, he sat 9 months in my womb. Skin like bronze, hair like sheep wool, Jesus take after his mama. Before Noble Drew Ali conversed with the Lord, he got his nourishment from my umbilical cord. I gave birth to Marcus Garvey to make Malcolm X's blueprint to build a bigger movement. I was created in the image of God, and I got the titties to prove it. I ordered the moon to give birth to the stars, and I told the sun to align them. Your brain power ain't got the strength to comprehend my assignments. When I laid in labor with Jupiter, I spit out Pluto just to confuse all the sciences. I'm a woman. When y'all talking about black leadership, y'all better recognize y'all black women out here. What y'all talking about? Why is that even a discussion out here? Y'all better recognize y'all sisters. I am a woman, a black woman. Before Jesus died on the cross, he sat 9 months in my womb, skin like bronze, hair like sheep wool. Jesus take after his mama. Before Noble Drew Ali conversed with the Lord, he got his nourishment from my umbilical cord. I gave birth to Marcus Garvey to make Malcolm X's blueprint to build a bigger movement. I was created in the image of God, and I got the titties to prove it. I ordered the sun to give birth to the moon. I told the stars to align them. Your brain power ain't got the strength to comprehend my assignments. When I laid in labor with Jupiter, I spit out Pluto just to confuse all the science. I'm a woman, a mastermind, who you undermine, which is natural since your mind is undermined. I'm undermined. I'm mother of earth. I'm sister of a universe that took centuries to create. Once I went to Saturn so I could give birth to Saturday. A woman, a written letter, liberated by a heartbeat in the Congo drum. A psychic read my palm. He found the book of Psalms, tangled in Solomon's songs, covered in scriptures of the Quran. You know, I cycle generations every 28 days. I got saviors waiting in my fallopian tube for that turn to surface. I am the church, and the mosque, and the trap house. My Lord self to build those buildings. God said my needs will be met, so I'm never hungry, I'm never thirsty. You know, I was built with my own milk, if I say it. And it will manifest. When I gave birth to the son, I gave him his own day to put the week to rest. So every Sunday, the week would rest. I'm a woman. Storing stories of stories in my bras. You know, the closest thing I've ever been to failure was when I gave birth to fall. A woman, descendant of a field Negro. I'm the caged bird who sang, so I put locks in my head to remember those chains. Hey, what you know about a woman, huh? A black woman to be exact. Didn't y'all witness Katrina's impact? Matter of fact, once I took a nap, I overslept, so time got pushed back an hour. I'm the power of angel. I said, once I overslept, so time got pushed back an hour. I'm the power of angels, so I be chilling with my wings up. They told me I didn't have any taste. And so I spit out 4 seasons just to spice things up. Look, let me tell y'all about the skin. This is chocolate covered coated moon. How many licks would it take to get to heaven? Reflection. Okay. Nightlight, reflection of the nightlight. Daytime didn't come from nightlight. Darkness didn't produce light. Blacks didn't give birth to whites, right? So the next time. Man. Come on, brother. Very next time you decide to hold my equal pay, remember who holds your namesake. The woman, the original woman, from the motherland, Mother Nature, navigating national night storms, no GPS, just me on PMS. I'm a woman. You'll find God in my battle scar. You'll find God in my womb. You'll find God in all of my wounds. So you keep on waiting on your Savior, brother, and I'll continue to give birth to him. Thank you.
Give it up again for Sister Authentic. Show us some love. And now we're going to keep it moving with Sister Amina Love. She's going to come and provide some musical selections in just a second. She needs to get her instrument, so she'll be right back in the room. But give Sister Authentic some more love. And Sister Amina is going to set up right here. Okay. Or you want to get up there? On the podium? Oh, okay. All right. She's acoustic, so we're all right.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be able to hook up today, but, you know, things happen. So I'm so glad that I got to go after her because I guess you could say my song is still in that inspiring range, but it's more so, okay, I live in Atlanta, and a lot of the women there, in short, don't understand that they're queens. So they allow people in general to treat them any kind of way. And the thing is, it's not just enough to know that you're a queen. It's to demand people to respect that queendom. That's right. So that's what this song is about. And I just wrote it, so, you know, bear with me. Just go ahead and take this off. Sorry. Soil from which you grow your dreams. I am the shelter for your insecurities. I am the tailwind that keeps your spirits high. So don't forget that without me you cannot fly. Call me Sheba, Nefertiti. Call me Aset. But don't you ever fix your mouth to call me anything else. Respect my queendom. Wanna be treated like a king. Respect everything. Respect my queendom. If you wanna be treated like a king, respect everything. I can build empires on my own. I have all it takes to sit upon the throne. But I invite you to come and sit with me, because together we could build a dynasty. You'd be Shaka, hey, Mansa Musa, hey. You'd be Ra. Stick with me, I promise we will go far. Respect my queendom. Hey, if you wanna be treated like a king. Against us to walk this earth alone, but understand this, brother, we'll both sit on the throne. Acknowledge all I offer, you know just what I mean. Together we can prosper. Just treat me like a queen. Respect my queendom. If you wanna be treated like a king, hey, respect everything, yeah, yeah. Respect my queendom, hey. If you wanna be treated like a king, hey, respect everything, respect everything, respect everything. All right.
Please give Sister Amina Love another round of applause. So, on behalf of the All African People's Revolutionary Party and the All African Women's Revolutionary Union, I would like to thank you for celebrating yet another Pan-African Women's Day with us. Hopefully, you had an opportunity to sign up in the back with your email address so that we can stay in touch with you. We've got lots of interesting and creative activities. Sister Rakina, if you were a note taker, please give your notes to Sister Rakina before you leave, or make arrangements to email them to one of us. And you can see Sister Rakina before you leave. Can I get my note takers to raise your hands? Note takers. There should be 4 of you. So if you could just, okay, if you can meet Sister Rakina back in the right corner, my right, your left, that would be wonderful. But once again, thank you again, and see you next time.